Oh, it's already running. Whoops. Hello, everybody. It's good to see everyone. Hi, Maddie. Hi, Extreme. Wait, Chapter 5, is it? Are we talking about Vivid Stasis or Deltarune? I just realized how confusing that could be. I hope everyone is doing well. I had a good EP last night, and hello. In the middle of stream yesterday, I got a commission request. My first commission from VGen, and it worked out so well. I ended up spending probably longer on it than I probably should have, but I arted again. Vivid Stasis? Okay. That is what we're talking about. It's just funny since, like, today I've also started seeing Deltarune spoiler, like, content warnings in my feeds. So it's like, that makes sense. You heckin' arted? You did art! I presume it's okay, but I want to make sure, Maddie. I want to show your art on stream, if that's okay. Anyway, I got a commission during last night's stream to draw this magical girl, like, fox girl. Or not fox girl, skunk girl, rather. And, I think it worked out. Let's go ahead and show that real quick. Wah! This is the work I did. Pokes head out of the Deltarune mines, Lian cute disappears again. How dare you, ones and zeros. Also, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, you can show? Thank you, Maddie. Anyway, here's the work I did. It took a few hours last night. And I got the time lapse as well. The time, I always... Looking at the time lapses for these is heckin' addicting, I swear. Yeah, no. As a reminder, it's now added in my Blento. You can go to my VGen and commission me if you like. You might notice a little something that was sitting there for a little bit. Us artists like to have fun. It was a very cool character, and I loved drawing her. It was so dramatic. My goodness. Looks looking great. Thank you. No, I'm not cute. So, I need to find Maddie's art real quick, because she did art of Saturday and Allison. My goodness. I heckin' adore this. Maddie, you did wonderfully. I love the attention to detail. You got all the little things, little important things. And I love like the two-tone, like, color background. You're learning so much. Also, unrelated, but I might disappear randomly for like 10 minutes when my cousins get here. Totally fine, Maddie. Do what you need to do. I'm thankful you're here. Anyway, Maddie is doing a great job. She's an up-and-coming artist. And she's learning pretty quick. She started with pixel art, although eventually this is gonna start transitioning into just like digital. If you keep adding more pixels. But you know, this is so good. Alright, without further ado though. Whoops. Desktop jump scare. Let's get into some vivid stasising. Let us vivid our stasises. Dibba-dibba-dum. Put that down. Here we go. Loved drawing this. I can tell. Like, heckin' Allison and Saturday are heckin' adorable. My goodness. Let's get this in full screen. It is time for Chapter 5 Vivid Stasis. I'm so excited. I'm giddy after, the heckin' commission. Alrighty, I need to make sure I change. So, like, I've been playing on my own time a little bit, and whenever I play on my own time, I turn the volume up so I can kind of just, like, lose myself in the tracks. Hiya, Ari boy! I hope today is treating you well. Also, something I've been doing. I've been practicing more. I've got some V ranks now on some of the easier tracks. Sure, the easier difficulties. But I decided I wanted to go for V ranks as a way of practicing. I got so close on this one. This is the one I was working on. I am like, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a try once. Just to show what I've been doing. Yeah. Congrats, thank you. We'll get into the story proper soon enough, but I want to show what I've been doing. I'm probably not gonna get as, like, close, because... yeah, immediately I get a good there, so that's probably not gonna be it. Because I'm kind of focused on also presenting for stream, but... I think the practice is doing me a lot of good. Also, things that have been, like, troubling me before are not giving me nearly as much trouble anymore. I'm not getting nearly as confused. The rhythm of this section is so, like, odd to keep up with. Sometimes you end up getting it on the first try of a session, which feels crazy. Yeah, no, it's just a lot of practice, and, like, it is important to, like, I keep saying this every time it comes up, but it's important to, like, sleep in between practice sessions. Because that's when your brain, like, exercises the most of its, like, neuroplasticity and, like, moves things around to make things easier to do later. Alright. With that, though, let's continue on with this story. Where the heck were we? Okay. Saturday confronts herself. Right, we went to layer 2. We started talking to the storyteller. Right, okay. Let's get into this. Hey, I think I'm ready. Ah, are you holding up okay? I understand it can be a lot. Yeah, I think I'm fine. Honestly, I wish I learned most of these things through here instead of just being forced to confront them by Dawn. Yeah, Dawn isn't the most understanding, or understanding at all, on account that she lacks actual humanity. Why does she? Seems like Suki got back her humanity. Does Dawn not realize she doesn't have to do all this? I think she does, but she doesn't care. Or, more accurately, she can't let herself care. Dawn represents unchecked, dangerous determination, right? So if she let herself care, she would be throwing out all the effort she's been putting into escape since Cycle 1. That's really sad. Yeah, it is. I looked behind the storyteller. So, what exactly are we doing here? This seems to be dead end. Oh, right. I think we saw this scene before, but I'll finish it out. Ah, right. So you've just explored layer 1 of Between Space, right? Yes? I'm going to open up a crack in the world to allow us to reach layer 2. Suki and Dawn have never been able to reach it. It's where I've spent all this time trapped. What's in layer 2 that's important for us? The key to escaping the Duskbreaker, once and for all. What, for real? It's been in there from the very start, but I'm not able to access it. At least 2 of the 4 shattered pieces of ourselves need to be there. I don't know why. Ah, I get it. Then let's go. Alright, grab onto the ledge there. It's going to shake a bit. I watched as the storyteller extended her hand like she was casting magic, and a fissure in the air appeared out of nowhere. The ground shook, and then stopped shaking. In we go, then. We emerged from the portal into darkness. Is it usually this dark in here? Yeah. Sorry. I don't like having the lights on. Dang, you really are me. Storyteller laughed. So, through the door up there is the Duskbreaker's core. It's where we need to go. Right. But it's locked behind 3 gate control switches, and neither of us are able to press them unless the other is present. The Duskbreaker is very, very strict about permissions. Ah, okay. Got it. Let's work together and get through, then. Sounds like a plan to me. Right, okay, so we're brought back in here. Nearly missed Doc Vivi premiere 2 hours later? It's okay. I hope you enjoy yourself. Also, thanks for dropping by, Ari boy. Also, hi, ACE. I didn't give you a hi earlier. Always glad to see you. Alright. There's buttons on the wall. Why does this suddenly feel like the heckin' area Pomni's rushing through in, like, episode 1 of Digital Circus? Oh? We have another puzzle. One moment. I want to see what's on here. Ah, okay, so some of these places open with number of buttons pushed. Gotcha. Time for more RPG in our rhythm game? It's time for more, like, cryptography, it seems. Okay, so... We're starting immediately with this. Okay. Let me change the windowed resolution. There we go. It will get to our puzzle solving mode. So, I think this is saying to reflect certain things. It seems as though they're lined up with the dots. And we have a series of numbers across the top. Let's pull up Obsidian. Where's my pivot stasis notes? There we go. At least I know if I have to go suddenly, I won't miss much story. You never know. Okay, so what are these numbers saying? Because that's probably A1's either at 26. Is that gonna say reflect? Yeah, I think so. Yep, okay. Reflect. Alright. Reflect on that doesn't do anything. F1 DTNCA. Can't stop looking back at the art I made. Probably my new favorites. One I've made? Heck yeah. Let's put some music on. As I try to figure this out. So we need to do some reflecting. Let me see. This one doesn't quite make sense. Because if we flip that upside down, it just makes like a weird, like, A without the line through it. First, let's try this. Okay, good. Blah. Yeah, I get that. Sometimes the music... And then when I finish, I spend ages listening to what I made. Oh, I sometimes make music. Yo. You know, I want to make music at some point. Sounds like so much fun. It sounds. Okay, let me see here. We grab this. We're probably gonna need to open Krita again. Since we need to be reflecting things. Alright, so we need to reflect this. Put it down. This one says to reflect it, like, up-down, but, like, that doesn't quite make much sense, because if I'm not mistaken, it would be the same thing. Yeah. It really is, plus it means I can make soundtracks for my game dev projects, including a rhythm game I mentioned I was making a while back. Heck yeah. I've been kind of thinking, like, because of, like, we talked last time about, like, how scary it is to, like, create things. and like start projects. But like I've been hinking perchompsibly. I start making some kind of RPG. It'd be so like yuri and queer. Why I'm doing all these individually. When these all have the same, like, thing on them. Currently babysitting puppies. Good luck, Manny. Okay, so the one part that doesn't quite make sense is, well, there's a few parts of this that don't make sense, right? If we flip this upside down, like it's kind of saying here, this looks like it's an A without the line in the middle. And then why are the first two letters, like, weird? Let's pull up some shrine report. See what kind of hints we have. Wait. When you place half of a symmetrical shape in a mirror. Oh? Oh, it's okay, hold on. Copy selection to a new layer. That's why that segment looks so odd. Okay. Okay, so if that's the case, I should be able to kind of like visually intuit then what that's supposed to be. Alright, so it's reflect about the x-axis for the first couple and the y-axis across the second others. So A is probably M, B, I, E, Ambidio? That doesn't seem quite right. Let's see, I find it funny as soon as we stop needing to avoid TADC spoilers, instantly gets replaced by needing to avoid Delta in Chapter 5 spoilers. Yep, there's always something. Maybe it means to reflect the other way? Video. I feel like I'm close, but like there's something weird about this. Video. So hi, darling. That reminds me, I need to make sure I'm able to see my super secret darling chat. There we go. Okay, so there's still something else about this that I'm missing here. All of these say to reflect vertically. Oh, sensitivity warning? Thank you. One of these days I'll remember that. What the heck? While I'm trying to do puzzles. Something about this is odd. How dare! While I'm trying to puzzle. Any other way I could think to reflect these things wouldn't make much sense. Unless I'm just, like, not seeing something. Okay, hold on. the heck? So am I only supposed to... ADN code. Hi, Video Game Bro. Hi, Rylan. I hope the day is treating you well. Let's see. And AM. I still think that's a B. I have a hard time imagining that as anything as I. B, E. It's like, do you reflect them up or down? And sometimes I feel like it's different for different ones, because, like, it could be... I always forgot you're a dragon, even though sometimes I think you look like a shark. I can kind of see that. Oh. It was just the last one that needed to be reflected downwards? Really? I'm not entirely sure I get the through line, but I suppose that works. Does this place have music? Doesn't seem like it. We'll leave that going. Alrighty. We're probably gonna run into more puzzles soon enough. Wait, am I able to just walk over that fence? Apparently so. Okay. We have a series of... I like the hairpin in your hair. Looks like a shark. Coincidence? I'm not smart enough to know, though. Oh, you mean my horn? I know it's a little odd of like a horn. It's kind of like a fish fin almost. Yeah, no, that's a style of horn that comes from Final Fantasy XIV. That's like attached to the side of my head through bone. Yeah. And then I have a bunch of like hairpins clipped to it. Apparently, UK is due for a 45°C heat wave to. Oh my gosh! Patty! Please survive. Have plenty of water. Keep a fan on you. Whatever you need to do. That sounds absolutely grotesque. I'm sorry. Okay, so... We're bringing back the red and the blue. That's usually addition and subtraction. Yeah, the UK is great. I believe you. So, not all of them are in letter format. So, like, okay, so it's probably gonna be some combination of A1Z23. And I don't know if I need to read this as, like, hexadecimal or if I need to, like... Yeah, because I would need to add F at some point. I'm gonna try A1Z23 first, and then I will see if I need to do hexadecimal instead. So if we take a... Starting as B, 7 is G, C, E, 6 is F, E, F, D. B plus 3 makes it E. G plus 8 makes it O. C plus 9 equals L. 6 is... Oh, wait. No. E... I know, it was C minus 9. The C minus 9 makes me think that this must be hexadecimal. Because C minus 9 is -6. I suppose that could be E. Or F, rather. E plus 6 is K. F plus F is L. B plus 7 is H. F minus 1 is E. D minus 8 is -4. Which I guess could be D. I don't think that's gonna be it, but might as well try it. Yep, okay. I heard that some dragons can give scales they shed to make weapons and armor. Are you a dragon of darkness or fire? I'm looking at your model's color theme. I would say color in this case, doesn't associate with element. I like red and black aesthetically, but if I were to choose an element, I would go with lightning, to be honest. I know it's not, like, color matching in that regard, like, usually you don't associate with lightning other than things that are, like, maybe blue or yellow, but, like, that's what I chose. It's the element I associate with. I like fast, I like lightning, I like warping around. Alright, so I feel like this must be hexadecimal. Let's try solving this the hexadecimal way. B plus 3 is E. 7 plus 8. I believe in hexadecimal, you go from 9 to A. So, 6. A, B, C, D, E, F. It would be F. B minus 9. 1, 2, 3 would put me at 9. Minus 6 is 3. E. Now, E plus 6. That would make it a double-digit thing. Maybe that works. Because I think hexadecimal ends at F. Yeah, I think it ends at F. So, F10, it would be 14. In hexadecimal. 6 plus F. Would be 15. B plus 7. C, D, E, F, 0, 12. F minus 1 is E. B minus 8. BBA is 9. So 9 minus 4 is 5. Okay, so that doesn't seem like it's it. But if we translate all those numbers to 14, N, 15, O, 12, L, E, E. So I need to convert to base 10. Maybe I'm not doing it in the right order? Yeah, I could convert to base 10, I think. Let me double check what hexadecimal. What's hexadecimal? Where is hexadecimal counting? Yeah, it goes up to F. That's what I thought. Okay. So 9 A B. B would be 11. Plus 3 is 14. I'm genuinely not prepared for tomorrow, especially since more people will be in the house due to my cousins. It could genuinely not be a worse situation. Be back soon, my cousins might be here. Best of luck, Maddie. Stay strong. You can shoot red and black lightning. It's color accurate. Okay, that makes sense. Is this hex now? I think it is. Alright, so 7 plus 8 would be 15. I don't need to convert that to base 10. 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 minus 9 is 3. E is... I believe E is 14? Yeah, E is 14. Plus 6 is 20. F is 15? Plus 6 is 21. E again is 11. Plus 7 is 18. F is 15 minus 1 is 14. D is 10, 11, 12, 13 minus 8, 5. Which translates eventually to... Is it gonna be Nocturne? Yo! Cool! We're getting a lot of puzzles all of a sudden. Nothing good happens at a roadside. Why is that stopping me from going in there? Hello? Hello? It's for you, apparently. Dad? What was that? Was that when they lost Suki? Oh no. Gate control. Is that all that was over there? Hold on. The fact that the game is stock silent. Besides that, kind of throws me off a little bit. Alright, well, that solves the west wing, I suppose. Is there a south? There is a south. Let's solve east first. Alrighty. Loki did not get that entire nothing good happens at a roadside for way longer than I'd like to admit. Yeah, it's fair. Like, that seemed, like, right confusing for a sec. Like, wait, what does it want me to do? Oh. These look like Pokemon areas. This is a heart. It's a heart lake. Why is this area so long? Okay, so I can't get in there yet. That way, okay. But there is a button there I need to hit. I understood how to progress, but the story applications took me like 3 playthroughs to piece it together. Oh. I feel like I've gotten better at being perceptive. As I've streamed more. But some things still catch me unawares, for sure. Alright, we got okay, another puzzle. Block P equals question mark HTML. So it's entering what got us past lock P? Hold on. Which lock was it? Okay. It was Uniform 11, I believe? And presumptively is case sensitive. Also, it was like... There was this one, Ultimation. That one might have been it. It was in my search, or my browser history. Still. Fair enough, I tried my best to be perceptive, but I very much struggled to absorb media in my first playthrough. I think that's fair. Like, media literacy is something you have to, like... It's not something you just have or don't have. I feel like people treat it as, like, a static thing too often. But, like, it is something you kind of have to, like, learn and train. At least I feel. And sometimes, as you, like, realize what you were supposed to catch, you get better at catching them again in future. Or similar things. That's okay. I feel like I'm pretty decent, at least, at, like, trying to get what people meant to say, even if they typo. You're good. This area down here feels weird. Yeah, there's a thingy down there. It's weird, I can struggle to pick up on story beats, but I can pick up on metaphors and meanings really well. It's weird. Yeah, one of the things that helped me a bunch is I started... Oh, it was the lamppost, that's why. When I started watching movies again with, Lily, like, me consuming media in the past used to be a completely solitary affair. And I think that actually, like, hindered my ability to be perceptive about, like, meanings or themes or, like, details. Because, like, I was kind of just, like, passively, like, just having the story thrown at me. But when I was watching it with Lily, there was suddenly a lot more, like, emotional incentive. I feel like that means something. There's a lot more emotional incentive to, like, pick up on details and, like, talk about things and, like, discuss the story, and I think it helped a bunch. Okay, so we have a couple things here. I'm certain we're gonna need that. Probably to navigate somewhere. I feel like that's gonna be necessary too. It's just red, red, green, green, red, red, green, red. Okay. Exclusive or... Huh. Okay, hold on. I don't think this string is long enough. Red, red, green, green, red, red, green, red. Oh, you know, it is long enough. Yeah, I watched the Amazing Digital Circus episode 9 with a bunch of my friends in cinemas, which is super fun. And it somehow made me lock in more. Yeah, no, this is a concept that is common with neurodivergent folks. You know, like autism or like even just like high functioning, like neurodivergence. But it's like sometimes there is a doubling effect. Even if you're not both cooperating on the same exact like work, having another person there with you helps you like lock in more. It helps you focus because now it's a social thing. And for some reason that like being part of a conversation like that, even if you're both working on separate things, tends to help both people involved. Okay, so exclusive or... I get that a lot? Yeah. When I was growing up, it always took the form of, like, neurodivergent siblings that, like, could not do chores. They could not even start to work on chores unless they had, quote, help. And sometimes it would even be chores that's, like, it's easy for one person to do. But it's like, as long as they had someone there with them, they could do it. The thing that they struggled with is just being alone for it. So, I think we're supposed to combine this with, the series of lights that's in the other room, although I'm not entirely sure how. I'm gonna guess that it's binary, because it's just two states. I'm gonna guess if either exclusive or. Let's say if as long as either of them are green. Wait, is Banui Lily profile? It looks familiar, but I can't figure out why. Banui Lily is my waifu. Alright, so that doesn't seem like it's it. So I guess it's gonna be only if there is one red, one green. You put a 1. Red, red, green, green, red, red, green, red. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Is Miss Lian streaming on only YouTube? I do, I have a Twitch that I use for, like, more casual, like, kind of streaming. I'm just working on, like, my Final Fantasy raids on there. I'm not focused as much on, like, making sure I read chat 100%. Yeah, I do Twitch, but I use it for more casual stuff. I suppose is the point. Oh? Aha, I see. Cheeky. I think this gate control is gonna do something funky. Probably. Never mind, it just worked me back. Okay. That was a fast solve. I was like, well, like I haven't seen anything else. It must be around here somewhere. And that's when I happened to notice that the countertop had the same tile that was at the start of the other sequence. Miss Lian's waifu? That only adds more question. We are dumb, sorry. Okay, so to avoid being like coy and confusing about it, I suppose I am a Mrs. Lian now. Benui Lily is my wife. Dum. Y'all cute. No, I'm not. Okay, so there's a gate here. That's where the gate control is. Yeah, there she is. There's my darling. Dabba-dabba. There we go. Oh. Okay, so something is... I see notice 2 RP 110 on the 5th row there. Are things? Wait, these are previous solutions. These are previous solutions. Noticed. Noticed Ted. Notice is in there a few times. I see Tafui backwards in there. who we were. Who we were is in there backwards. Before it all is in there backwards. Thanks for explaining. Of course. I'm sorry if my being silly made things a little bit confusing. I apologize. Okay, so... Before it all was a solution on its own. Protection... Okay. So I'm gonna guess, like, uniform... What is it that I'm looking for, then? There are some parts of this that are out of order. It seems like most of it is backwards. Oh, that says detection. Okay, so most of this is backwards. Detection to Fui. I remember that from... one of the other ones. Uniform is there. Let's see. Error. Alright, so there's error in there. I-A-E-L-E-B-N. Okay, so there's 11 in there. Star. Who we were. Null character. Null character. 011, that was one of the solutions. Protection. Null, null. Before it all. Null. And... Crosser. Crosser... Regoris? R-E-G-O-E-R-I-S. Oh, Ego Eris. Crosser Ego Eris. Alright, so I'm able to parse almost everything. The IA here is weird. see 11. I don't know what the null characters are supposed to be. Eco Eris. My cousin has apparently watched Evangelion. This must be addressed. Has or hasn't? The only part that I haven't quite figured out is the hype. I see error detection, error detection, error protection. I'm not sure what exactly we're supposed to be doing with this. Look for words you might have seen before. I mean, I've gotten that far. Let's see. I should have been, like, writing down these solutions. Star. That's like one of the only ones that's missing. Eco Eris. Defui. Version. No. Trying to look for... I have a secondary resource that's like somewhat extended hints. Do they not have this one? What do you mean it doesn't have this puzzle on it? You can't. No, no, I'm not. Nope. Mm-mm. Carlin. She just sent me something. And I'm like, oh, she sent me an image of her like pointing to me being live. There's like a baked in image barely in the background. I'm like, what is that? We're seeing, oh, the I think image. Oh my gosh. I think she live. Oh wait. Hypermania? I thought I was like, wait, is it Hyperman? No, there's words in there that have nothing to do with other, like, solutions. Okay, that makes sense. Cool. I should have realized that, like, what I was supposed to work with was the parts of the puzzle that didn't have anything to do with it. Dice with colors. So we've seen red and blue a bunch, but we have not seen yellow. If red and blue are addition and subtraction, respectively, yellow must mean something else? I think that the thing that would make the most sense, given what I'm seeing, is if yellow was multiplication. So, 18... 19, 8, wait, no, 9, 16, 9. Puzzles break my little brain. I'm getting better at them, thankfully. 2 times 4 is 9. Or 2 times 4 is 8, plus 1 is 9, rather. 5 times 2 times 2, that's 10, 20. 6 minus 3 minus 2 is 1. 5 times 3, 15, plus 4 is 19. 4 times 5 is 20, minus 5 is 15. Okay. The fact that I got 3 9s in a row feels a little suspect. But we'll see. S H I Oh. I see. Is that it? I don't think so. So the yellow must mean something else. Either that or I got some of the numbers wrong. Okay, that's what I thought. There are only two possible things yellow can be. It couldn't be divide. Because then you'd have 5 divided by 2, which would create a remainder. Which isn't going to translate to A1Z26 too well. Maybe I just did it wrong? 6 times 3. 18 plus 1. It is 9. It's 8. I think that's correct so far. 10 minus 1, 9. 16 minus 5 is 9. 8 plus 1 is 9 again. So, like, if we go by the idea that it's multiplication, then we get 3 I's in a row. Which, that doesn't quite make sense. $20, 1, 15, 19, 20, 15. That just doesn't make much sense. They didn't swap red and blue this time, did they? It would be 17, which is Q, H. 11? 1621. 870. No, that's gibberish. I must have gotten something wrong. Heck? Everything says I'm on the right track. Where did I mess up? 5 by 2 is 10, minus 1 is 11. Or minus 1 is 9, rather. So yeah, that's 9. 4 by 4 is 16. Wait, no, that's 11, not 9. That's where I'm messing up. Okay. Chiquitazo? Okay. You sure? I'm not sure what that means. Where was I? Ah, here we go. There are so many puzzles here. Alright. There was an area down here that I couldn't get into before. If I remember right. There we go. We got through. Let me pause the music just to make sure we're gonna get through this. Okay. Alright, 3 of 3. I should probably save the position. 12 puzzles in total. That's a lot of puzzles. Oh? That looks a little odd. There's a storyteller. Alright. Cool. A large gate stood in front of us. Alright. I'm pretty sure the core is right behind here, but, in front of the door was a large lock with a screen on it. I walked over to it. It says, verify synchronization of subject to access shutdown box. And there's a button that says test. Figures. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. I turned back to look at her. Do you know what this thing is asking us to do? Yeah, I think so. It looks like it wants us to test us against our trauma over Suki's death. What? Why? Well, we're the subject, remember? We were the one placed inside the Duskbreaker to treat our trauma about her death. It looks like it doesn't want to give us the time of day about how we can get out of here until we've proven to it that we've overcome the trauma. Dad, your trauma machine is a pain in the butt. Tell me about it. I exhaled. Okay, I guess we have to hit the test button. Do you know what it's going to do? I have absolutely zero idea. I've never been able to get in here before. Great. Well, here goes nothing, I guess. I walked over to the device and hit the test button. A loud whirring noise filled the room. And then... Uh-oh. Level 0? I can't parse any of this. Ah! What in the world is this? There's no way I'm getting any kind of actual score on this. Okay. Okay. What? Okay. The last part of the song is just sit around and do nothing. What? The best moments of rhythm games where you reach a moment when you're just saying, what? That sure happened. Fun fact, I made a boss rush mod and nearly implemented this song with a health bar, but decided against adding it. That would be so cruel. Like, I would have died instantly. What the heck? Okay. Congrats is the point. The song is supposed to be literally unplayable for the average human. That sure did happen. Okay. Now that we've been inflicted with a second 0 difficulty song. Okay. When I came to, I was inside a small room with a large glowing machine in the center. I sat up. Storyteller sat next to me against the wall. Good morning. How long was I out? Well, you woke up about 3 minutes after me. I don't know how long I was out for. Time is frozen in the sim layer, remember? Right. Forgot about that. So, where are we? Inside the Duskbreaker's core. I carried you in here after I woke up outside the gate. The lock was removed. So did we pass the test? What did it even do? I have no idea. But I don't think it would have unlocked if we hadn't passed. By whatever margin it considers that to be. I sighed and sat up. Though the room was small in diameter, the ceiling was quite high. And in the center of the spherical room sat a large glowing pedestal whirring non-stop. It's surprisingly not that bad when you know what it's gonna do. The chart itself without visuals is actually not that hard. I kind of figured that would be the case. It was just, I had no chance of, like, sight reading that. No chance in Oblivion. I would have to memorize it. 100%. So then, that's the Duskbreaker's core? Seems like it. exactly is this thing supposed to tell us how we can get out? On the other side, there's a little screen. I haven't messed with it too much yet, but it seems to be a control panel for the desk breaker. The entire desk breaker. That's a good find. Anti-sight reading songs? For real. I wouldn't get your hopes up, knowing how strict error detection error protection is about permissions. True. I stood up and walked over to the screen. Holy cow, there's a lot of buttons. Yeah, I think the shutdown function is listed under the System Management tab. Let's see. System Management Shutdown. There it is. Should I press it? I mean, you can try. If it just works, that'd be great, but it won't be that easy. Okay, here it goes. There's a comment by the game director under the official upload of the song about the narrative significance of that song, and there's a reason I love this game so much. Ooh. I tapped the button labeled Sim Layer Eject and Shut Down. It brought up another tab. Oh, it looks like this is another menu. Hold on, it explains the thing. I'll read it. To shut down the desk breaker off from inside, first you must eject the subject and any other inhabitants from the sim layer and return them to their original layer. Wait, huh? Wasn't the whole point of the desk breakers that it wasn't actually moving their entire minds into the simulated world? Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. Oh. Huh? What is it? I think I might know. Hold on, let me think. Keep reading for now. Okay. Once the simulator inhabitants have been ejected, they will be stored in memory temporarily. From there, the subject can press the shutdown switch to shut off the sim layer and finish the transfer to the original meta layer. So it's sounding like we have to first eject them, and that'll bring everyone here? Or at the very least, somewhere where we can access the same control panel. That probably wouldn't be between space then, since the void is not exclusive to the Duskbreaker and exists outside of every world. I'm guessing it's a smaller, temporary simulated environment. To begin the ejection procedure, please tap the scan button and allow for 1028 to verify the subject's identity. Ah, bingo. I looked over at her, and she stood up and walked over to me. Did you figure something out? Sure did. I figured out why this shutdown sequence doesn't match how Dad designed the Duskbreaker. I stepped aside, and she fiddled around with the control panel until she found an About page. Ah, of course. Take a look. She pointed out the part of the screen that read, Adaptive System Framework. 1028, Uniform 11 controlled. This thing adapts depending on the situation, thanks to that godforsaken 1028 AI, which means the conditions for the exiting changed after we were put into the Duskbreaker and the situation became what it is. Exactly. God. Of course Dad had to jam his stupid AI into this thing. I mean, hey, I guess it does work well. It keeps us alive even despite how much went wrong. True, but check this out. She went back to the shutdown menu and tapped the scan button. Wait, now? What about... Oh. An error popped up on the screen. It read, wavelength mismatch. 1.66 petabyte data discrepancy. Data discrepancy? Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Nabbit. Mind explaining? Okay, so, you know how big a human brain is? I think it depends on the size of the guy. The storyteller laughed. No, not that kind of size. I mean in data. Human brains are just electrical interpreters. Everything we take in and remember can be measured in data size. Oh, I have an idea then. Right, so it's about 2,500 terabytes when we got put in the Duskbreaker, so our data was split. Something like you and I each got 850 terabytes, and Suki and Don each got about 400 terabytes. Yeah, no, I'm heckin', like, sitting here, like, hearing like, oh, AI is running this thing, and I'm like, oh, please, no, please. In before the AI accidentally deletes somebody. What? How does that make any sense? I struggle to believe that any of us could function without at least, like, 99% of the 2,500 terabytes. Good question. My running theory is that our minds, though separated by the severance of emotion, are still connected. It explained why Dawn is empowered by your belief in her ideal even though you're different people in Layer 0. Or why I was able to replace Dawn's memories back into her after the World Keeper ejected them in the severance. She looked back at the terminal. Notice the amount of data that's not matching? 1.66 petabytes, or 1,660 terabytes. I finally understood what she was getting at. That's the stuff Dawn was talking about, with becoming whole again. It needs all of us to be in one body or mind again before we can leave, right? Yep. Now, convincing me to join your mind won't be hard at all. Suki will be difficult, but it's possible. Dawn, on the other hand, is the real trouble here. Wait, why would you join my mind? What's going to happen to you? Aren't you the original Saturday? We're all the original Saturday. I'll still exist, just as part of the mind of Saturday. Just like how it was before we entered. That isn't fair. I should be the one to join your mind, then. You're the one who's been trying to get to this point. I'm just the body of the original. Storyteller put her hand on my shoulder. You're the one who's lived through every cycle. All 8,266 of them. You've been through heck and back. Died and come back to life thousands of times. If you joined into my mind, all of that would cease to be real. You don't deserve that. Don't undersell yourself, dagnabbit. Without you, none of this would have been possible. I don't want to see you go. You shouldn't have to go. Saturday, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be with you from now until the end. Not the end of the Duskbreaker, but the end of our life. We aren't supposed to be separated like this. This is how it should be. I walked forward and fell into her arms, hugging her tight. I cried. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, how do we have you join my mind? I noticed this earlier. It's under the wavelength matching menu on the control panel. She navigated to the menu and pointed at the button called Data Merge, and she pressed it. It looks like it wants the wavelength of the data to be copied over first, so I'll tap the button here. She tapped the button labeled Accept Data. The screen changed, now requesting the wavelength of the data that will receive the merge data. You're up. Yeah. I stepped in front of the terminal and tapped the Accept Data button, and the screen changed. It now had two buttons that needed to be pressed by both wavelengths. I looked over at the storyteller. She was clearly nervous. We don't have to do this. Now. She slammed her index finger down on the button and didn't release it. Seeing the extent of her determination, I did the same. A loud whirring filled the spherical room, and the process began. Data transfer. Okay. My plural brain is tingling. Oh, those are actual notes. Those look like the fake ones. Time to get merch. Oh my gosh! She's amazing! What? Oh my gosh, I love her! I felt my feet touch the ground on familiar soil again. Once again, in the midst of a one-sided firefight. Did you miss me? Dawn, having realized that the culmination of her villain monologue was a severe anticlimax, kept fruitlessly pulling the trigger. Suki looked on an unreadable expression as blood soaked through my clothes before they repaired themselves, my wounds closing as fast as she was making them. Bullet after bullet penetrated my skin, and I didn't feel a thing. It took about 10 seconds before she was finally too exasperated to pull the trigger. How the heck are you? What? She spoke in shaky breaths. The once confident girl was now timid and bemused. Suki, too, was bewildered by what was happening. Soon, Dawn's confusion was replaced by unadulterated rage. Don't screw with me. She made a show of pulling the trigger again, aiming clean for the head. It's about as effective as the previous dozen times she tried to kill me in the past minute. Why the heck are you still here? How are you standing? Why is the cycle not reset? She hadn't realized it yet. I gave her time. Another bullet flew out, but this one was a narrow miss. I'm not sure if she was intentionally doing it or if she was just too consumed by anger to aim properly. Why are you alive? You've been shot multiple times. You know so much about your sister's death, and yet we're obviously still on 8,266. Are we? I wonder. I could visualize the gears turning by the look changing behind her eyes. She was putting the pieces together in her head, though she wasn't quite ready to admit to herself how powerless she was. Suki was just watching the fireworks unfold as she processed all of this information, and I couldn't blame her. You're not on layer 0 anymore, are you? I was silent. Oh God, you weren't even on layer 1. A smile crept across my face. I couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude seeing the girl who was so adamant in killing me and resetting the cycle realize how powerless she was now. But of course she was powerless. She didn't have access to the 4th dimension. She didn't have you. As Dawn experienced the stages of grief, I transcended my reality, synchronizing with myself, experiencing the lives of the thousands of different Saturdays. Each with lives so similar to mine, yet each ultimately cut tragically short by a feud between my self-appointed protectors. It was a sobering realization, but an empowering one. Now that I had the tools to shape my own future, I was finally a version of myself that I could be confident in. Thanks to her, and thanks to you, and I won't let our dream go unfulfilled. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dawn staggered back. Any and all energy had evaporated from her after millions of cycles. She began to sob. God. Dang it. I walked over to her and kneeled down. You're not a bad person, Dawn. I understand. Yeah? And what does that make... what makes you think you could understand what I've been going through? What makes you think that? Well, for one, you are literally part of me. I extended a hand to her. Let's go home. Together. I looked over at Suki. She seemed to understand. I nodded. But Dawn didn't take my hand. She slapped it away and stood up, her eyes still full of tears. Like heck, I'm going home with any of you. Dawn rematerialized her pistol and pressed a button on it. The holster switched around and the end of the gun took the form of a knife. This is only going to end one way, Saturday. You realize that you don't need her, and I will do anything, to achieve that. She swung her gun knife around down beside her, creating a fissure in the air. I'll be seeing you soon. She walked into her self-made portal and disappeared. Suki rushed over to me. Are you really Saturday? Yeah, just a little more whole than I was before. You're gonna need to fill me in on what's going on. Don't worry, I will. But we need to make a truce. I can't fight both of you. I think I've only got one million cycle battle in me, ever. Yeah, I don't have any reason to attack you at this point. Suddenly, the ground around us began to shake. Oh, what's going on? Dawn? What the heck is she doing? The night sky above us turned a violent shade of red. Parts of the terrain around us began to glitch out, and a large rock monument destabilized and began rolling down the hill towards us. Quick, grab Allison! Go! Right! I rushed over to wake up the still unconscious Allison. Despite having a storyteller inside me now, I wasn't any more physically fit. Come on, Allie! Wake up! Wake up! Allison's eyes fluttered open. Saturday? What's... Her eyes went wide as she felt the ground shaking. She stood upright immediately and I grabbed her hand and ran after Suki down the hill. Behind us, the stone monument tumbled down and landed right on top of the graveyard. Allison, Suki, and I stood at the bottom of the hill, gazing up on the now red sky. Saturday, what's going on? And she turned to look at me. What's with the new outfit? I mean, I like it, but just what the heck is happening? I sighed. It'll take a while to explain, but I promise I will. Can you go see if the buses are still running? Yeah. Hold on. Allison took out her phone and began to check. I walked over to where Suki stood alone, looking up. I know that you're not the real Suki. Yeah. Even still, I'm glad you're with us now. Yeah. I looked up with her. Dawn, she's hurting. I know she is. She really does a good job of making it feel like a climactic final chapter, doesn't she? Well, she is part of us, and we are huge nerds. Suki laughed in what must have been her first genuine laugh since she'd been split off. You got me there. I felt a tap on my shoulder and looked over to see Allison gesturing to her phone. Bus is still running. We should get back to Shio's as soon as possible. Agreed. Oh god, there's gonna be a lot to explain here. Allison looked wearily at Suki. Yeah. No kidding. We walked down to the bus stop. We finally had a way out, and I wasn't going to stop until we made it. Dawn staggered into her room, out of breath. She noticed the bedsheets ruffled as if someone else had used them, but didn't have the energy to be upset. She flopped over onto her bed. Is this the right thing to do? She said the words, but like every other time she'd had thought them in the past 4 hours, she dispelled them immediately. No. I have to. I've come all this way just for this. She stood up and sat down at her desk and opened a file folder on her computer that she hadn't touched in what felt like centuries. A folder called Ultimation. Dawn double-clicked to open the application and hit a button labeled Start. The screen flashed. If they want to play with fire, then I'll give them a whole meteor shower. Ultimation. Date of corruption, December 30th, 2022. Time of corruption, 11:59 p.m. Please wait for the designated time. Please wait for the designated time. Come on, stream me. For sim layer corruption to begin. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm gonna hold on this screen for a sec as I catch up with chat again. Oh my gosh, plural love. Figuring out the system, getting the system to work in harmony. I love this story. Oh my gosh. Okay. Saturday got a makeover. You know, Saturday is heckin' cute. Oh my gosh. I love her. Schadenfreude, delight in another person's misfortune? Yeah. Fun fact, I heard this song before I first played Vivid Stasis, and I didn't realize until the song's name and artist was revealed. I did feel like, wait, this really feels like a From song I've heard before. But it didn't fully click until I saw stop motion from Superior. That's like there's an odd pleasure in that happening, because there are times where I used to use Spotify, not anymore because the AI tracks like kept being too pervasive. I would keep running into a track thinking like, oh, that sounds all right. I wonder what that's about. And then you look into it and you realize it's an AI track and it's like, oh, dagnabbit. And you suddenly hear all the flaws in it. And how like lifeless and meaningless it is. So I stopped using Spotify. Anyway, that's a tangent. There were a lot of times where I started hearing, in particular, a lot from anime, like anime songs, that would be like, oh, I love this so much, and like, then I would be watching other animes, and then suddenly that song would come on, and then I would be like, wait, this is where that's from? oh my gosh, and then I would be all the more hyped. It's an odd kind of almost nostalgic feeling of like recollection, even though it's the first time you actually hear it in context. I think the first time I had in recent memory I had that feeling is I apparently listened to what was the Kill la Kill opening theme like on loop a bunch. It didn't realize that's what it was. So I went to go start watching Kill la Kill and that came on. I'm like, ah, heckin' pointing meme. It's so good. My Wi-Fi died for like 5 minutes. What the heck did I miss? Merge the pull request plus 2 additions, 0 deletions. Lily, you're the best. Saturday Storyteller did a data merge, and Saturday overclocked the Dustbreaker, and now we're on cycle... What is that? 10,100,000? Except we're still on 8,266. Right. Of course my Wi-Fi dies when something good happens. Oh, I'm sorry, Maddie. Saturday got a makeover. It's so good. The art styles mixing is a neat effect. Yes. I love how the style changed. She became, like, more in line to Dawn and Suki, but in her own way. Neat little detail I only got recently. Dawn, Suki, and Storyteller and Saturday, after merging with the Storyteller, have rougher outlines on their sprites, while the rest are smoother. Yeah, no, I noticed the difference in style when we saw Dawn immediately. I think Dawn is the first one we see. And I'm like, oh. They're using a difference in style to kind of, like, give, like, an otherworldliness to Dawn. And I love that they bring that back with Suki and now the merged version of Saturday and Storyteller. Oh my gosh. It is so good. I love the use of style. Allison getting the lore dump. It's time for chapter 6. Dawn got a bit silly. Dawn is traumatized. Dawn is going through it right now. And, like, even though she is the antagonist of the story, I get it. Imagine how much everyone feels like... I feel like almost everyone feels some level of self-hate. Like, at some point in their lives. For one reason or another. Imagine if you had that level, because, like, it's usually far more intense than hating someone else, you know? It's insidious like that. Imagine you had that kind of feeling, but you were able to direct it, say, at another headmate. Suddenly, like, it goes from, like, being this, like, almost unrealistic level of hatred to suddenly it makes sense within the context of, oh, this is self-hate. You know? Yeah, Saturday looks amazing. I need to watch Kill la Kill? Yes, you do, Maddie. You will love Kill la Kill, I think. It is so good. It is so dramatic. The 1 million 10k cycles is also the maximum amount of points you can get. Oh, I see. I feel a lot of self-hate frequently. I know. I feel like many of us deal with it often. It's just like trying to find a way to cope and, like, learn to love yourself. It's important. It is vitally important. Alright, let's continue. I'm gonna go ahead and, like, shift a window here real quick. It's gonna flash the screen as I move the tabs. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna move that a little bit more. I want to keep my my stream preview, or me I have a window watching my own stream, so that I could, like, glance back at it if I miss something. So I want to make sure that's up. Okay. That video you sent me earlier was so good. It was! It was! Oh my gosh. Yeah. I love Dawn as a character. It's interesting after how Dawn and Suki change after being struck down into layer 0. Yeah. No, like, they gain their humanity. And humanity comes with a lot of good and bad. They don't have to just be personifications of concepts. They can be so much more. And Dawn hasn't quite realized that yet. The extreme focus on a tiny error that is 1% of the thing and your head can only think of that for the next hour. Yep. You have no idea. Yesterday, I was trying to practice that one song I started the stream with, and I got like, there was one run where I got all criticals except for 5 greats. And that was enough to bump me down to an SS plus rather than a V. And like, I started to hyperfixate so much on like just missing those few like marginal mistakes that like it started throwing me off. It's disruptive. Dawn suddenly seems a lot more okay with killing Saturday when she's aware that Lock S can be broken, while Suki very quickly teamed up with Saturday. Yeah, no, the paradigm has shifted. Hey! Hey! Eh? A voice? Calling for me? I stirred in my dream a bit. I saw a young figure fade into the horizon. It was my sister, Suki. Are you gonna laze around all day? You're a bad friend, you know? Huh? Why? Your friends are working so hard for you, and what are you doing for them? Holding things up by taking a nap? Wait, a nap? Yes, Sadie. You're asleep. You're dreaming. How do you know? Oh, come on. You know I know. And it's the same way you know. Of course, she was right. This is a dream. Because my sister wasn't with us anymore. So, wake up. I don't want to. I'm going to stand here and tell you to wake up until you wake up. Suki always had this stubborn side to her, which, in some ways, made her the perfect big sister to myself. Hey, get up. Get up. 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 Get up. Up and at 'em. Wake up. Get up. Hey. As the world of dreams faded away, I watched her shape float away from me. Her voice, however, continued to reverb through my ears. Chapter 6. Terminal Journey. Oh my gosh. Up! You! Up! Saturday! Oh my god! Ugh. My eyes snapped open and I saw a familiar face staring down at me. You are literally the worst. What? Huh? What time is it? It's 2:34 p.m. Saturday. Do you know what 2:34 p.m. is? What is 2:34 p.m.? It's 15 whole minutes after we were supposed to be leaving is what it is. Ugh. Sorry. I had a weird dream, and I guess I just didn't want to leave. Hearing those words, Suki seemed to have understood, and her demeanor softened up a bit. Ah, about your sister, I'm guessing. Yeah, it was just a dream, though. Nothing but a figment of my own psyche. Suki scoffed jokingly, trying to lighten the mood. Well, I am a figment of your own psyche, so your wording hurts a little there, but I get it. I chuckled and stood up from the bed. Allison walked in. Ah, good morning, sleepy day. How nice of you to rise and shine at the ripe hour of 2:34 p.m. I gave her a friendly glare. Oh, can it? I've heard enough from her already. And it was all deserved, I'd like to think. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. I'm ready to go now. Alright. We walked down the stairs of Chio's apartment for the last time, and out onto the street, where Chio, Eri, and Kotomi were waiting. Yeah, good morning. Oh my gosh, I get it! Chio laughed. I figured she would have known I'd already heard more than my fair share of complaining from Suki and Allie. It's alright. We anticipated it. Eri has been keeping herself busy just fine. Huh? With what? Take a look for yourself. I walked over to the door of the car and looked inside to see Eri's thumbs in a frenzy on her phone screen. Ever since I'd Bought her that cat plush, she'd become addicted to Noise's Sunlight, the game it was from. I laughed. She didn't notice. Yeah, that tracks. Anyway, are we all ready to go? Yep, hop in. Allison, Suki, and I walked over to the back seat of Chio's rather large car. It had been a few weeks since everything had happened at the Hachioji Cemetery. We kept ourselves waiting, anticipating an attack from Dawn. But it had never come, which had led us to be even more suspicious of what she could be up to. After experiencing over 1 million cycles simultaneously, I had overclocked myself, and was thrown out from my previous synchronization with Layer 2 by the Duskbreaker by error detection, error protection. I hadn't been able to access anything on Layers 1 or 2 since, which left us relatively powerless when it came to fighting back against Dawn if she showed up. Or so we thought. Suki had come to my room, sweating, a few nights ago. Saturday! Alice and I jumped a bit. Neither of us were expecting a sudden intrusion. Yeah? What the heck's got you all riled up and sweaty? I remembered something. I remember things all the time. What did you remember? A backdoor in the simulated world that allows light, remote access to the Duskbreaker terminal. Wait, what? Okay, calm down, and then explain. Suki sat down on the oddly placed chair in the corner of the room and took a few deep breaths. So, you know how the Duskbreaker only simulates Japan, right? Yeah. It's not absolute. There are a few spots where the simulation is naturally weakened, at the absolute edges of the country. Huh. So like in Mind Blast when you go to the far place? I don't know what anything you just said means. It's like how in procedurally generated video games, if you go far enough out into the infinite world generation, you'll hit an overflow. The game engine will stumble over itself trying to generate actual data. Yeah, it's somewhat the same principle here. Basically, hacking into the Duskbreaker through a point where the security of error detection and error protection is much, much weaker. I frowned. Wait, if this was there the whole time, how come you didn't make a beeline for that when you were flung into Layer 0 before? I was so out of it when that happened that it honestly slipped my mind. I never really had any reason to think that hacking into the Duskbreaker, since I was already, or at least very least, thought myself to be satisfied with my position in Layer 1. I guess that's fair, yeah? So where's this weak spot? Cape Soya, the northernmost point in Japan, in Hokkaido. And that was how we ended up packing our bags to take a trip over to Sapporo, a big city near the point Suki had mentioned. I glanced out the window as the countryside flew past us. When you think about it, this whole journey has just been one long road trip from the bottom of Japan to the top, huh? What do you mean? Well, in the simulated history, we lived in Tanegashima, which is really close to the southernmost point of the country. Then, we went up to Kagoshima for the summer, and out to Tokyo for the fall, and now we're going up to Sapporo for the winter. Huh. I guess so. Yeah, well, it's more like every time you got to Tokyo, you looped back to Tanegashima and repeated that 8,266 times. And now we're going to Sapporo to finish things once and for all. I laughed. So much has changed. I don't know how to feel about it all. But things feel like they're starting to be right again, if that makes sense. How so? Well, for one, Storyteller and I being one again. Obviously, I feel like I regained a part of myself because, well, I did, but it feels like I'm starting to see the world for what it truly is. I guess I can understand that. You know, I just noticed that Saturday has, like, they both have a lot going on, but Saturday has so much more, like, saturation and, like, detail. So many different shades. It feels like the difference between synchronization with Layer 1 and Layer 2. Let me catch up on chat. Dark Souls boss syndrome, you get super far in the first attempt, but never get close to your previous attempts. Oh, I got the 5 greats run like in the middle of my training set, but then I like crashed out. Me waking up at 4 p.m. I've done that before. That's comfiest for me, but unfortunately I have to have a job. Allison, I really enjoyed drawing Allison. I'm so glad you did. Allison is so heckin' good. How do you forget about that in the first place? I forget what you're mentioning there. Oh, right, the exploit. I was so out of it when it happened, it completely slipped my mind. That's how she forgot about it? Yeah. No, Suki has such a good hat. It's like a summer hat type thing. It's so good. I guess I can understand that. It's like the pill analogy. Sure, staying in Wonderland would be great. You never have to face stuff head on, so your life is way more consistent. Everything becomes the same, and you like that. The idea I represent. Yeah, and on the other side of things, forcing yourself to charge into the ugly truths, putting yourself at so much more risk of harm for a greater sense of happiness. The Liberator's idea. Yep. And I think the thing I've come to realize is you kind of need both. Like, yeah, you're going to have to face things as they come at you. That's how life is. And overcoming them will lead to exponentially greater happiness than if you just stayed in your comfort zone unbothered. But you need to care about yourself, too. You need to know that it's okay to take time to heal, to take things at your own pace. And to know that that feeling of wanting to run away is part of you, and a part of you that just wants to help. Suki didn't say anything. When Storyteller was in contact with Layer 4 to execute her plan to break Lock S, she called it the Vivid Stasis Operation. And I think I figured out why. Yeah? Why? I mean, think about it for a second. I'm not going to spell it out for you. Suki thought for a few minutes, and then a light bulb seemed to go off in her head. Ah, I think I get it. The Vivid Stasis Operation wasn't just about breaking Lock S, huh? I nodded. Yeah, it was about joining Vivid and Stasis, breaking the separation between them. Because you need both of them, and both can represent either. Dang, that Storyteller. She was on a whole nother level. Yeah, level 2. Hey, no need to talk about her like she isn't here. She's inside now. And sometime soon, you'll see her yourself, you know? You're right. Sorry, Storyteller. I'm not bothered. Also, there's really no need to refer to us separately anymore. Fair enough. The drive continued for many hours. As the sun set behind the mountains, Chio pulled the car over to a rest stop that had a cafeteria, and we got out to stretch our legs and grab dinner. Dookie Gib hat. Oh my gosh. The separation between them? Like the slash in the Vivid Stasis? Oh my gosh! Why is this game so good? This game is too good to be free. Got a level of thought that went into this? Yeah, no. It is, This is the contender for favorite. Oh my gosh. I love this game so much. Fucking rhythm games lately. I like this. Oh my gosh. I love this song, but I have PTSD from a certain challenge that I've got anywhere close to beating and probably won't for a while. Huh. I really like that one. Let's see. This is a free game. Yep. Reminder, this is a free game. I need to make food, but I also want to miss any more story than I have. I guess I'm going to be playing at least one more song. Even at the end of the world, you left it. Wow. I love the visuals. Wait, yeah, they're shaky. Oh my gosh. Long story short, there's a super long unlock sequence for the hardest difficulty of Crimson Dance, which is the 4th hardest chart in the game. It's super good, but lowers it difficult to do well in. I see. Yeah, no. Like, I'm at a point where I'm realizing I'm gonna have to do like the lower difficulty stuff and get to a certain level and then like slowly stretch my rhythm muscles as I get faster and faster at reading and executing these things before I'll be able to like actually keep up with everything. Oh, how has it only been 2.5 hours? There's been so much here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Content warnings. This episode contains topics of self-esteem issues. A bit after 10 p.m., Chio pulled the car over to allow us to stretch our legs and grab a bite to eat. We stopped at a moderately sized rest stop with a cafeteria that was open overnight. Ugh! Allison stepped out of the car hurriedly. What happened? Are you okay, Sat? I stood up too fast. Allison sighed. We've been in the car for over 6 hours with minimal breaks. I'm surprised you didn't have to get out of the car at any point in that. I'm very resilient, I think. Evidently your legs aren't. Chia walked out of the driver's side door and walked by us as she headed towards the entrance of the rest stop's building. Hey, thanks for your input, Peanut Gallery. Tio and Allison laughed. I'll go find us a seat, okay? Take a second to let your legs adjust. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, love. Allison fidgeted a little, flustered, and walked off in the same direction as Tio. Oh, how heckin' adorable. Aw, I love her jacket. Oh my gosh, I need a Saturday cosplay. Ah. Fair enough, I can do songs up to about 12.5. However, Crimson Dance is the hardest difficulty at a measly 17. Yeah, no. Right now, like, I got an A on that last, 7, I think. I believe, if I remember right. I can kind of keep up enough to get, high enough scores on, 8-ish? 9, maybe? And then, I start to get really flustered around 10 to 12. But, I'm stretching my legs. The Yuri is real. The Yuri is so real. I love that little nod. Just thanks, love. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I drew those two. I'm so glad you did too. I love seeing them so much. Oh my gosh. I sat back down on the edge of the car seat with the door open. A taller figure walks up next to me. Do you think they have salmon nigiri here? It's a convenience store rest stop, not a world-class restaurant. Suki sighed with a defeated look. I'd just take salmon or just nigiri, honestly. She walked into the rest stop, following Allison and Chio. I looked in the back seat behind me. Are they still asleep? Eri and Kotomi had fallen asleep a few hours into the ride, which surprised me. It surprised me even more that they didn't budge an inch when we started playing aggressive speedcore music with the sole intent of trying to wake them up. But they were frozen like they'd been turned to stone. I nudged Kotomi. Hey, rest stop, here, now. Kotomi finally stirred a bit and opened her eyes. Oh, yeah, we know we'll be there in a sec. I chuckled a bit and stood up from the car. This time, my legs didn't crash into TV static immediately. I walked into the rest stop building. It didn't take long to find the cafeteria, and even less time after that to find the table Allison had found for us. She waved to me as I walked over. Hey, legs better? Legs serviceable. She laughed. I took a seat. Did you get a chance to see the kind of stuff they have here? Well, I did. The thing is that even though the rest stop is open overnight, the kitchen isn't. Which makes sense, but it looks like it's closed at 9 p.m. Oh, so there's nothing to eat? I mean, there's a convenience store built into the building. Seems like that's our only option. Honestly, fair enough. Should I go get some stuff then? I'll come with. Okay. We both stood up and walked across the building interior to the convenience store. A few minutes later, we came back with not much other than a few bags of chips and a great popsicle. Well, that was pointless. Not really. Have you tried the grape popsicle yet? Huh? I don't think I have. This thing is insane. Seriously, I don't know what they put in it. Allie, it's just a great popsicle. Try it! Okay, I'll try it. Confused by your sudden energy, I unwrapped the popsicle and bit into it. Well? Oh yes. I told you! Wow! I told you! Well, I guess that teaches me. Wow, this is good. We both laughed and sat at the cafeteria for a bit, just eating the store-brand potato chips. After a while, Allison spoke up. Have I told you yet that your new outfit is insanely pretty? At least a dozen times. Well, it's 'cause it's true. I don't disagree, it's just felt like the right time for a makeover, I guess. Honestly, I still don't know the full details of what happened at the graveyard. You've explained it to me, but it's just so much to wrap my head around, you know? Yeah, I don't blame you. It all feels like a dream still. But I guess these clothes are proof that it wasn't. Because of her. Storyteller, huh? Yeah, it's a weird case. I have all of her memories now, so it's not like she's gone and all, but I don't know. It's tough. All this is really complicated, and she understood a lot of it, so realistically, I should too. But I still feel like there's so much I don't get. I guess she did have years to come to terms with it all and understand it, but sometimes I wish I could ask her more questions. I see. Sorry. I don't really think I understand what you're going through in exact detail, but I'm still here for you. I'll listen no matter what, okay? Yeah, I get you. Thanks. Of course. Yeah, I guess I can't really fault her there. I have a job. I can't really fault her here. I have a job to finish. A job that started with you. I promise. I promised her I'd take the reins, so I'll do just that, no matter what. By the way, did I tell you? I actually got Suki to agree to spend some time with us during our arcade trip when we get to Sapporo. Yo, no way! Dang, she's really opening up, huh? Yeah, it's surreal to me, but I'm glad to see it nonetheless. Yeah, Saturday. Can I ask you maybe something a little tough? You know you can. What's up? Allison's gaze lowered a bit. How has it not been hard for you being around her when you know that her name and appearance aren't, you know? I sat back in the seat of the cheap cafeteria table we were at. At first, yeah. I didn't have that problem with Dawn because of her appearance, name, etc. was entirely formed or created by my own mind during the severance of emotion. But Suki is, well, was my sister's name. It took a bit to adjust to that, because the Suki we know right now is not her. It's not. I mean, further than that, she's a part of you, isn't she? Sure, but I don't think that makes a difference. Does it not? Not currently. She will be a part of me, definitely. It's required for us to leave the Duskbreaker that we rejoin. Same with Dawn. But right now, she isn't me, right? She's her own person, fueled by her own humanity. With her own feelings and opinions and experiences. I think that individually is enough to separate us, at least while we're like this. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's an oddly you way of looking at it, I think. I let out a teasing laugh. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Well, it's just, you've changed a lot these past... Well, I guess months wouldn't be accurate since it's looped so many times. No, I think that's accurate. As far as I, as myself, am concerned, my memories only contain that of this cycle, the 8,266th. Even if I have storyteller's memories, I'm still me, I think. I guess that's fair. Honestly, I'm so confused about the whole cycle thing. You said you've been through millions of cycles, but we're still on 8,266? I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't blame you, honestly, and you don't need to worry about it. It would take a lot of time to explain in detail, and I'd rather save that for once we're out of this mess for good, you know? Fair enough, but as I was saying, you've changed so much these past months, but not in a way that feels different, I guess? To put it simply, I can definitely tell the Saturday from July 2022 and the Saturday in front of me right now are still the same person. I'm really glad. I've kind of worried about that, to be honest. Really? How come? At first, I was really ashamed by the way I acted. Especially in those few months where my leg was injured and I had to sit in our home in Kagoshima just doing nothing. I mean, you were there for it. There were a lot of moments where I blamed myself for way more than I should have. Yeah. So when we flew out to Tokyo, I was like, this is a fresh start for Saturday Tasagare, untethered by her past mistakes. And that ended up screwing me over so badly. Once I actually realized what was going on with our lives and the world and everything. Ah, that's fair. Yeah. It's like when you really screw up and make a mistake, and you can't just put it behind you, you know? Otherwise, you don't really learn from it at all. As human beings, we are our experiences and our memories, and you can't really try to throw any of them away just because they aren't something you do anymore. We've got to keep our mistakes close to us so that we can learn from them, and so that we can come to terms with the fact that both the person that made the mistake in the first place and the person we are now are still the same person. Allison smiled. You're such a sentimental dork. You know that. Yeah, I am. And I'm finally, like, happy with who I am. I feel like I finally come alive, in a sense. Even before the Duskbreaker, I was really unsure of a lot of things in my life. I kind of felt like I was just an amalgamation of the people and things. I liked that oh wait, but okay. Restart. I kind of felt like I was just an amalgamation of the people and the things I liked that surrounded me. More of a jumble of concepts than my own person, I guess. I definitely know the feeling. I'm still working on that myself. Yeah, and the thing is, I know you'll get there. Everybody can. And being with people who you know are there for you every step of the way will make that so much easier. I believe in you. Thank you, Saturday Tosagare. Right back at you, cutie. I stood up. I'm gonna head outside. Take in some more fresh air before we're back on the road. Sounds good. I'll meet you at the car then. Gotcha. I walked out the rest stop area. As I walked outside, I spotted a familiar dress flowing off the bench right off the door. Oh, hey. Suki looked over at me. What you up to? Just thinking. I sat down on the bench next to her. What about? Humanity. Ah. Suki looked up at the night sky. I never really noticed all the stars in the sky, you know? There are a lot of them. Yeah, it's a surreal feeling. Well, I guess it's more like it's surreal feeling. Yeah, I can kind of imagine. So much of my existence was as the World Keeper up until now. So much of my existence as the World Keeper up till now has been spent lacking that. Filtering out anything that wasn't important to my purpose. It wasn't really that I never got the chance to see the stars in the sky, but I wasn't capable of considering looking at them in the first place, if that makes sense. It does, yeah. But now, spending time on Layer 0, I'm a lot more prone to, well, emotions. All of them. It's a big adjustment. I guess it's a big adjustment to even have to adjust in the first place. Do you ever regret it? Being down here, I mean? Heck no. Not one bit. I take the inherent complexity of being human over being a lifeless husk trying to keep you trapped in the simulation any day of the week. It was miserable. Well, it wasn't miserable to me. But looking back, I can tell that if I was capable of feeling during all that, I would have found it miserable. I'm glad to hear that. We sat for a few more minutes, watching the night sky, and the countless dots that illuminated it. You know, I've been wondering about something. Wonder away. Why are you so nice to me? Why is it so easy for you to accept who I am? What I did? Why I look like this? I'm not your sister, and yet... Yeah, you're right. You aren't my sister. I think that's why I found it easier than you think. Huh? I think that in some alternate universe, if you were instead my sister somehow brought back to life, it would be a lot harder to come to terms with. Impossible, maybe. But you aren't her. You're me. And I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but I think I know myself pretty well at this point. Ah. You are Suki Tasagare. Sure. Even in this fabricated history, you're my sister. You're not the same Suki Tasagare that was my sister in the real world. Honestly, the two of you are nothing alike. Really? I laughed a little. Yeah, for one, that outfit is so me. She was always super casual, and she would never wear anything like that. That's your example? Looks are important. To me, at least. Mainly my own look. Suki laughed a little. The two of us looked back up at the stars again. I'm really glad we can finally be proud of who we are. Yeah, I am too. You know, I was thinking about something else. Something more relevant to our current situation. Hmm? And what's that? Suki's expression stiffened. The idea to use my humanity as a weapon. Uh-oh? The Yuri is real? The Yuri is so real. Allison just did the average Lian expression reaction to being called cute. Yeah? Yeah? Ooh, this one. I love the progression in this one. Oh my gosh. Speaking of, no, that's not right. Just getting my cousin to motivate me to make food. You need your cousin to motivate you? What the heck? Okay. The northern city. The group arrive in Sapporo, and Saturday talks to Chio. This episode contains topics of self-trust issues. It was close to midnight when we finally pulled into the hotel and we had the hotel we had a reservation for in Sapporo. I really need to take this slower. We stepped out of the car outside of the front entrance, and Chio went to pull in the underground parking. Hotel, sweet hotel. You ever think about it with all the cycles you've subjected us to that bit over 10,000 times? Dang, okay. I see how it is. Well, I didn't mean it like that. Ari and I laughed. Kotomi finished picking a drink at the vending machine street corner and walked over to us. This apple drink is nuts, dude. Yeah? Kotomi held up a small plastic bottle with a cute little apple mascot on it and took a big sip from it. Stuff's good. I believe you. I believe you. Just then, Chio's figure walked around the bend at the edge of the street block. Got all of us checked in. Here, Saturday and Ari. I'll give you 2 of these. She walked up to me and handed me a hotel room card. Oh, thanks. I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't want to give out keys for each one of us. We had been grouped into 3 groups of 2. Allie and I shared a room, Ari and Kotomi shared a room, and Chio and Suki shared a room. We took our room cards and walked through the front entrance of the hotel into the lobby. Later that night, I ended up taking a walk down to the dining hall before heading up for the night. Flaming hot Mountain View. Flaming hot Mountain View. They didn't have Flaming hot Mountain View. Dang nabbit. Oh well. I ended up taking a basic soda and brought it to the checkout, and then I spotted a familiar figure at one of the tables. Oh hey, Chio. Took a seat across from her. She looked up at me, surprised for a moment I was still up. Hey, still up, huh? Just grabbing a drink. How about you? You usually sleep way earlier. Yeah, true. I was just thinking about a lot of stuff, so I didn't want to retire for the night just yet in case it carried over into my dreams. Want to talk about it? We have more important things to go on the go right now. Sure, but that isn't an excuse to push your feelings aside. What's going on? Well, it's just... I'm nervous about what happens once we finally get out of here. In a lot of ways, but specifically, like, how it pertains to me. And my involvement in all of this. That's entirely fair, yeah. Even if, legally, I end up punished, I'm really more worried about you guys. We're working together right now, but once we're out of here, what I am to you is someone who got you wrapped up in all this in the first place. Chio. It's just stressful, and when I hope or pray that things will just be easy, it feels like I'm dodging the responsibility of what I've done. It just feels suffocating. Hey, Chio. Why did you join the Sunrise Foundation in the first place? Chio seemed confused as to where this was coming from. Well, there was this aspect of it where I had known your dad for a really long time. I've also been meaning to ask how the two of you even came to meet. Oh gosh, I don't even know if I remember. Well, I'm 25 now, so I would have been 20 when we met. We had just entered the big business world, and I was just looking into it myself. We hit it off because we were both dissatisfied with the current state of mental health treatment in Japan. So that's why I joined the Sunrise Foundation when he founded it. Well then, I don't think it's an issue. Huh? Why not? You wanted to help, and that's why you joined the foundation. That's why you built the Duskbreaker. That's all that really matters to me. You think so? I don't know if I'm deserving of that. Legally, the situation might be complicated. Once we're out of here, sure. I'm not denying that. But I'm not gonna just suddenly not have your back once we're out of the Duskmaker. Saturday? So don't fret it, okay? Honestly, you're the bravest 19-year-old I've ever seen. Though I guess the situation that bred that bravery isn't exactly something most teens experience. I laughed. That's true. There's also the fact that I'm technically 21 because Storyteller was. Huh. I didn't actually put that together. Fair enough. Then you're the bravest 21-year-old I've seen. I'm flattered. We laughed and I took a drink from the soda bottle I'd brought. You know, in a way, I kinda lament it. Lament what? Leaving this world behind? Really? Sure, I mean, this is a world designed with the express purpose of giving us a happier life than the one we might exist for us on the outside. It's sad to leave it behind, in a way. Ah, yeah, that's true. I guess I found myself empathizing with Suki more as time goes on. Not that it'll change my decision. I know that leaving the simulation is what we have to do, but I still do lament it a bit at times. I don't blame you. It's a very accurate simulation after all. Patting yourself on the back there? Tio laughed. Hardly. I was a hardware engineer for this thing. My involvement was making sure this thing had the stupidly high amount of memory it needed. Fair. Though, in some cycles, I swear I remember it being flipped. That you were a software engineer. Cycle differences, huh? They're certainly strange. She took out her wallet and looked at her driver's license. Weird to think that I just don't have this in some cycles. How did we even get out of the Okawachi Shrine if I didn't drive us there? There were a few different ways. Sometimes there just so happened to be a bus running. Probably Dawn's doing. Other times, we biked. All the way. Those cycles were not fun. Doesn't sound like they would be. I guess it's handy that the simulation covers Japan, famous for its public transport. True. I took another drink from my soda bottle. But yeah, seriously, don't worry about it. We'll stick together. I promise. Okay? Thank you, Saturday. That means a lot. Of course! I felt a vibration in my pocket and took out my phone to see a new text message. Saturday, where are you? I'm Eepy. I love that she says Eepy. Coming. I couldn't help myself grinning like an idiot. Tio gave me a teasing glare. You'd best get some rest, or whatever it is you two do when the lights go out. I blushed a little. Hey, shush. This is none of your business. Yeah, I know. Go on. Good night, Chio. Sleep well, Saturday, and thanks again. I walked out of the cafeteria and rode the elevator back up to my room. Oh my gosh, we love Yuri in this household! Yes! Those cycles where Saturday is bleeding out and they were forced to bike all the way to the hotel from the shrine. I forgot that was something that happened. Oh my gosh. Psycho Bomb! Psycho Bomb. Dang. I had that moment when we were like 60% of the way through the song. It's like, wait, what if I full combo first try? And I'm like sitting there like, that's not gonna happen. No. But it's like the thought entered my head. Love the middle chart of this song. Yo. I think I'm going to like, on my own time, with as my continued practice like keeps going, I think I'm going to like try to just get really high scores on each like opening, and then go back and try to master all the middles, and then go back and try to master like maybe like some variants, because like there's obviously some openings that are like as hard as other middles, etc, etc. Yeah, there's something like, there is something about rhythm games that give me a feeling that is like, I don't think any other game can give me. And that is when you learn to sight read reasonably well, right? And you're playing a song that you can sight read like reasonably well, then you reach this weird like stage of feeling and perception where you don't know the song, you haven't heard it before, you don't know the notes, this is the first time you're seeing the chart for it. But as you sight read the track, you hear the music like moving in time with what you're doing. Obviously, that's the point, right? And for some reason, it gets this feeling of like what you're doing, what you're reading and executing is creating the track. It's an odd feeling that I absolutely adore, and like, it's hard to put into words. There are times where it's like, I didn't know that a particular riff was gonna happen partway through a track, but I saw the notes coming up, and then I was able to perform the notes on the game and hear the riff at the same time as a first combined experience. And that's like special to me. It's very like, I love it so much. Sometimes it hides the chart and you can hit the notes anyway. Yeah, no, like some of the glitch, like gimmick, like changes, sometimes it fits so well with what the song is doing that it almost feels appropriate. Like there was that one gimmick track from like, I think a stream or two ago, where I was like, weirdly, the gimmick like helped a bit, it felt like. Prismatic Vortex. Rhythm games hold a special place in my heart. Like, I'm definitely feeling that feeling I described, like, with all these. Each hold, like, moving the melody, each double note like, creating a crash. It's like, ah! It's kinetic, it's autonomy, it's amazing. Yes, I love how you can feel the improvement over time. Yes, and like, I think I've talked about this before. Rhythm games are something where, classically, I've never really considered myself, like, amazingly proficient at them. I thought of myself as, like, I enjoy rhythm games, but I never was able to do, like, the absolutely insane tracks that you see people do sometimes on, like, say, DDR or Stepmania. They'll do these, like, tracks where they're doing, like, thousands of notes within, like, 2 minutes. And they're just sitting there, like, you know, doing the keyboard, like, and it's like, I look at that and I'm like, well, that's not what I get from it. And I'm like, I thought of myself as, like, I never really, like, hit that level, right? I imagine myself as, like, a hobbyist rather than someone who went super pro at rhythm games. Vivid Stasis. This game struck something within me, a desire, and a presentation that, like, really pulled me through and is actually starting to... I am feeling the improvement. It is, like, I am accepting the siren call to get better at rhythm games, and Vivid Stasis as a game is helping me along. I can feel the improvement, and, like, I'm still a long way away. But, like, I see the path now, you know? Sadly, I can't play the game right now because my keyboard is crazy input lag right now. Aw. It's so weird that it's only been 3 hours. I feel like I've done so much. Right? Like, what the heck? That is so strange. When I was timestamping these streams, it was funny because the template I used for Lies of P boss fights also works for grinding songs. Yeah. I have no idea how people beat those insane tracks. Yeah, no. You look at them on YouTube and it's like, y'all, like, that isn't even human ability. What's going on? Okay. Axis Flung Sisters. Saturday spends some more time with the Nichibotsu sisters. Content warnings. This episode contains topics of missing memories. The next morning, I found myself awake at the midpoint between 10 and 11. Allison was still asleep, so I tiptoed out of the room and took the elevator down to the dining area. Walking into the dining hall, it seemed like they were just finishing up serving breakfast. Oh, made it in the nick of time. Just like last night, I spotted a silhouette I recognized sitting at one of the tables. Well, 2 silhouettes, actually. Oh, it's Eri and Kotami. I grabbed my breakfast before they finished closing up and walked over to where the Nichibotsus were sitting. Morning! Oh, hey, Sat. You're up earlier than you usually are. Well, I feel like we're trying to save the world. We should at least try to keep a normal sleep schedule for now. Especially after getting yelled at about it yesterday. Fair enough. Take a seat, yeah? Sure. I put my tray down on the table and sat down on the bench next to Eri. Saving the world, huh? I wonder if that's really what we're doing. What do you mean? I mean, we're not saving this world, are we? We're dimming it to being shut down. I've been thinking about it. That's true, but it's not like this world is real. Nobody here other than us is a real person. Logically, that's true, but morally I can't help but feel a sense of regret. No, I understand. I was talking about this with Chio last night. Hmm? I mean, we all know what we need to do. We need to get out of here. That's the first and foremost thing. But it's also kind of sad to be leaving behind a world designed to keep us happy. Ah, yeah. Now that we've seen the world for what it is, we can't see it as real anymore. It was easier back when we were unaware, because we didn't have any reason to observe the logical imperfections of the world as technological drawbacks that they are. Yeah, and I kind of lament that. Especially when we consider that Ari and I's role in your guys' lives is fabricated even more than anyone else's. I was confused. What do you mean? We got some of our memories back. Oh? Real? The big thing, I think, was realizing that Layer 3 that you, Allison, and Shio lived in before entering here, and the Layer 3 that Coach Me and I exist in before entering here, aren't the same. Huh? I don't quite follow. I'm surprised. You've talked about it a fair amount of times before. The many worlds interpretation? Huh? So wait, you guys aren't from the same world as the rest of us? Yeah. The exact details why or how we ended up here, we can't quite make out. But we can say that much for certain. Wow. That's kind of surreal to think about. That you and I never knew each other before entering the Duskbreaker. Don't get me wrong. Ari and I don't plan to just ditch you guys the first chance we get. First off, I don't think we can even do that. That shutdown sequence thingy is probably going to pop us out into your original world. Wait, but how would that make sense? You two don't have bodies to return to in our world. That's another thing. We've come to realize we aren't like you guys in that sense. Your minds were brought into this world and bodies simulated as a result of that. The bodies you inhabit will disappear when you go back into your real ones. At least, I presume. But we aren't like that. These are our original bodies. Huh? What? How? Saturday. If we knew that, we would have told you. We're still piecing things together. Are you sure you'll be able to get out of here when we shut down the world? I don't want you two getting trapped here. I guess this is as good a time as any then. What do you mean? To ask you a favor. I was confused. And that would be for you to use the power of the fourth dimension to send our bodies up a layer. To use the fourth dimension? I didn't know if it was possible, but if anyone could do it, it would have to be you. I don't know if I can promise that. My connection to the fourth dimension has been right only ever since the graveyard incident. I can speak to the fourth dimension through the narration in the TVO client, but it takes time to send up. So I can't hold a consistent conversation or use any of the power. That's okay. Just, if you do gain the ability to access the fourth dimension again. I mean, if I can, then of course I will. Nobody's getting left behind if I can help it. Thanks, Saturday. That's really all we can ask for. I took a hearty bite of my breakfast that was already starting to get a little cold. So, do you know what you're gonna do when you're out of here? Find our sister. Or a way to contact our sister. Huh? Your sister? There's another one of you? Yeah. Kanshi Nichibotsu. Our memories of her were struck from the record when we entered into the simulated world. But in getting them back, we were able to remember her. Huh, I had no idea. Kanshi, huh? I don't know why, but I feel like everything is connected to her. If we find Kanshi, we find out the truth of what caused us to end up here. That's wild. I wonder what she's like. We do too. I mean, I'll help you look into it, obviously. You sure? You deserve to take a break after you get out of here. Saturday, please. Don't immediately jump into something else. Oh, it's no problem. I promise. I want to help. It's appreciated. I finished off what was on my breakfast tray and sat back. In more current matters, are you guys joining us tonight? For your incursion to Cape Soya? I thought you wanted it to be just you, Chio, and Suki. No, not that. I'm dragging Suki out to the arcade. Oh, God. Hey, it's gonna be a blast. None of that. Regardless, Allison and I were already planning to go to a night market. Why don't you guys just go afterwards? We can group up at the arcade once we're done and we can all go to the market. Ooh, I like that idea. Fine by me, but don't expect me to be a huge arcade junkie. Bet. Don't give me that look. Around 8-ish, I think? Suki, Chio, and I need to leave an hour before midnight. That should be enough time to allow us to do both the arcade and the night market, yeah? The night market closes at 11 p.m., so that works out pretty well. Sounds like a plan. Alright, I'm gonna head up to my room and see if Allie is set up yet. I'll let her know about the plan, yeah? Sounds good. We're just about to head out for a walk anyway. Ooh, have fun. Okay, see you guys later tonight. I walked over to where the dirty breakfast trays were slotted and slid mine into the holder, and then walked over to the elevator and rode it back up to the room. Hanshi Nicha Botsu. Huh. Hey, Stardust! Oh my gosh. This is one shot all over again? It is. All the characters on screen are super cute. If you think about it, arcades are just gambling for kids. Yeah. Not as bad as these days. It's a spectrum. Oh, I love the portrait. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is a fun one. Ooh, that stream at the end feels really good. Stardust in Stars in Time reference? You'll be okay, Maddie. Stay safe. Oh. You know, that feeling I was talking about earlier? It really feels like you and the game are communicating and deciding in real time, alright, we're gonna feel this, and then, like, you know, execute on the feeling. And you do it in a rhythm over and over again. Alright, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a break in order to hit the restroom and accidentally do a desktop jump scare and get ready for the rest of stream. So I'm a BRB. Wah! Wait, that's the wrong screen? Wait, I need the AFK one. Ha! Alrighty, it's time to continue. Welcome back, Maddie! You're just in time! I took my own break too. And now it's time for the calm before the storm. The group enjoy a night out before the operation. Let's go to the arcade! I love that they're still enjoying life even though it is the sim layer. Like, you kind of have to. Oh, Maddie's doing fun facts of Maddie. Welcome to episode 63, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs. Later that night, the 5 of us arrived at the arcade. Chio had stayed behind at the hotel to prepare for our journey to Cape Soya later that night. Suki, are you ready to have your world rocked? No. Don't you think you're hyping her up a little bit, Saturday? No. Oh god. The arcade building we ended up choosing was the Giga building with 5 floors. It was open for another 2 hours. The streets of Sapporo were crowded as snow fell down as we walked along. Being in the north of the country, it was naturally very snowy during this time of the year, and there were a lot of snow-related festivals to accommodate that. Maybe it's a good thing Chio isn't here. Does she have, like, any heavier outfits? I've never seen any. Me neither. Nope. Dang. Living down in Tokyo for most of my life, we got a bit of snow, but never anything like what you'd see in the north. And I definitely hadn't seen that much in all my time in Tanegashima in the simulated world. So I was enjoying the weather. Finally, we arrived out front the huge building and walked inside. Let's do fun facts to Maddie. Fun fact number 1. To leave the atmosphere, a spaceship needs to be moving at 30 times the speed of sound. Fun fact number 2. If the Earth was hollow, as in only the crust, it would be compressed into a tightly packed ball, which is about 80% the size of the moon. The fastest animal inside is actually the sailfish, moving around at 70 miles per hour. If we want to get technical, a type of eagle moves at 180 miles per hour while falling. Ah, speedy! Okay. Immediately, once we stepped inside, Eri covered her ears. I had forgotten to warn her about the noise levels inside arcades. Oh my gosh. Suki looked behind her, seemingly glaring at the exit door longingly. But I wasn't gonna let her get away that easily. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. You're not going anywhere. Suki sighed. I walked over to the sign on the wall that listed various themes of the floors. Do you want to start with fighting games or rhythm games? I don't want to start with either. Allie, what do you think? Is she a fight game girl or a rhythm game girl? Definitely fighting games, I think. She has that scythe and everything. I can't believe my hollow weapon of choice is being used against me at a time like this. Fighting games it is. They're on the 3rd floor. Let's get a move on. I skipped up the stairs excitedly. Kotami and Allie following closely behind, and Eri and Suki slumped down at the back, exasperated. Okay, so, I mean, you know what a joystick does, right? I'm not that stupid. Yeah, so it's like that. Basically, you want to chain a bunch of button inputs together and do combos, and drain the other person's health bar. Seems reasonable enough. Can I go against you? I gulped. Are you sure? I'm pretty good. I don't want you to have a bad first-time experience, so, like, 5 minutes later. What the heck? Did I do it right? I knew she would be surprisingly good. I knew she would be amazing at it. Just like, off rip. I looked back at the screen. It showed the round score in the best of 5 format we picked. The scoreboard read 3-0 for Suki's player. I think I've uncovered a new fear of my own capabilities in fighting games. I guess you'd better hope it gets transferred to you in the merge then. Huh? Suki looks confused. What? What did I say? Oh, nothing. I don't think you've acted smug like that before. It caught me off guard in a bit. In a good way. I see. Allison moved closer to me and whispered something in my ear. Did you know this would happen? I didn't know she would regain some humanity by playing fighting games. Oh my god. Okay, again, you were going easy on me. Give me everything you've got. Okay. I wasn't even going easy on you. We played again. This time, everything changed. I actually only lost 3-1 this time. Holy cow. Dang, wait. This is kind of fun. I'm glad you're having fun. After a few more matches, I felt Ari tap on my shoulder. Hey, what's up? Do you need to go outside? Sorry, I forgot to warn you about the noise and... Put me in. What? Put me in against her. Huh? Sure, come on up. The scene that followed could be described akin to a complete reversal of everything Suki had gained in the past month. It was almost painful to watch. Oh no, you jerk! She was getting through it. She was getting thoroughly and utterly demolished in every aspect. Ari's transformation was borderline horrifying. I had never seen someone's hand move and press buttons as fast as she did, and I've played a lot of rhythm games. Ari Nichibotsu. At one point, Suki actually tried to summon her scythe, which, of course, did not work. Despite it all, though, it was kind of endearing in a way. I'm reasonably sure I said heck. Seeing her fall to base human instincts like this really did prove that she was more human than she used to be. Okay, that's enough, you two. We've got the whole rhythm game floor to get through, too. Suki glared at Ari, who seemed unusually smug. This is not over. Sure thing. Suki made an uncharacteristic hissing noise, and we stepped back into the stairwell to go up a floor. Okay, I was reasonably sure. Thank you for, like, that would honestly scare me if I didn't catch that. Like, that's just a deeply ingrained thing with me. I would probably, like, instantly vomit. I love that Suki immediately becomes fight gamer. The next floor up was lined with multiple cabinets of various different kinds of rhythm games. This is where I'm out of my element. Okay, which one do you wanna... Oh. Real? Allison looked at me inquisitively, following my gaze, which landed on a small multi-game installation. Is that Noises or Arch Capo cabinet? I've been looking for a place that has one of these for ages. Is that uncommon? It is. AC cabinets are expensive to acquire due to their exclusivity to the 6 minutes later. So basically, yeah, it's a little uncommon. Everyone had already long stopped listening except for Suki and I. Ah, okay, no. We're here for Suki. I can play Noise AC later. So, which one do you want to do first? Suki looked around, surveying each of the vastly different machines. That one. She pointed it to a dance game. Oh god. Are you sure? I'm very not good at dance games. Seems the most fun to try. I sighed. Alright, come on. We stepped up to the flashy cabinet and I scanned my pass card. Suki didn't have one, so she just played on a guest profile. It was a nice change of pace, actually. Suki was still way better than I expected, someone who hadn't played the game to be, but not the level that I couldn't match her skill level. We played a few credits, and finally left the arcade. After we stepped out of the arcade, I turned to Eri. So, where's the night market? Eri pulled out her phone and pointed to a location on the map system. We started walking down to the street to the transit station when Kojimi spoke up. Hey, why don't we all take a picture? We don't have one of Suki yet, do we? What? Oh, true! Hold on! Everyone group up over here! I took out my phone and set it up on a bench across from where we were, and hit the button to take a timed picture. Wait, heck, I thought it was on 5 seconds! 2 seconds later, the photo was taken. I picked up my phone and opened the gallery. Oh my gosh! Oh my god, Saturday! You look horrified! I didn't know it was on 2-second mode! Shut up! Huh, I'm not used to seeing myself. You have a nice smile, Suki. Yeah, much nicer than what Saturday has on there. Shut up! Oh my god, I'm the world's most tortured girl. Everyone laughed and for a moment, all our worries seemed to fade away. In the middle of this dying world, we found light. We were alive. This is how things were meant to be. Now all that's left is to finish what was left for us to do. I love this, like, we're slowly getting Suki to learn and, like, gaining her humanity back. Like, we're heckin' finding harmony in the system. Hectogram. Wow. Are they counting in French? They are. Wow. Suki is a great character. 708, my beloved. Also, yes, in French. My favorite character is Allison, though. I resonate so thoroughly with Saturday. So thoroughly with Saturday. And also, yes, Allison is second adorable. Like, it's insane. Like, in a sense, my favorite character is the Saturday system. And I love that that's like what this dissection is all about. Oh my gosh. We're gonna go into the abyss. Alright. This is gonna be intense, I know it. As a person who loves music theory, I love this song purely because it's an irregular time. I bet. I need to learn music theory. I want to create songs, but I'm a complete newbie. I've like learned how to play some like basic Zelda melodies on like piano, and that's about it. Like, I want to create. I need to find more time in the day. I need like multiple hyperbolic time chambers, a hyperbolic time chamber inside of a hyperbolic time chamber. If I had a nickel for every time my favorite character in the game you played was called Allison and was dating a trans girl who was also the main protagonist of the game, I'd have 2 nickels. When you put it that way. I guess to be fair, like, I resonated with Melody, wanted to be, like, you know, soft and kind. But, like, Saturday is so me. Oh my gosh, it's unreal. Alright, Saturday, Suki, and Chio attempt to hack into the Duskbreaker. Look at you playing Third Sanctuary on piano in no time? Absolutely. Thank you, darling. You have to remind me what Third Sanctuary is. I'm not sure I remember where that's from. This episode contains topics of fighting, death, user input. User input? What a content warning. Alright, remember to hydrate. I relate to Saturday a lot, but I still like Allison. I think it's just because Saturday, like, is so many entities wrapped up inside of her that, like, my pluralness, like, resonates. And it's so wild that this was a part of myself that I was really confused about and didn't really understand until, like, a year ago. Alright. User input. Oh, no. As we drove under the night sky, I felt something rest on my shoulder. Ah, Suki's asleep. I don't know if she or Dawn needed to sleep before their time on Layer 0, but regardless, she was evidently tired. She definitely needed that rest for what was coming. The warning makes sense, but it's such a funny warning. Really? Oh, right, okay. How are you feeling, Saturday? About as ready as I can be. I don't think there's any universe where this isn't scary. Yeah, I'm glad you're hanging in there at least. We're headed to Cape Soya, the northernmost port of Japan. Due to how the Duskbreaker simulates time of day, there's a brief moment in the turnover between days where the simulation processing is slightly weakened. We intended to use that to our advantage to backdoor the system to the best of our ability. I looked at my phone. It was 11:57 p.m. Just then, Chio stopped the car. We're here. Ready? Yeah. Hey, Suki. Up and at him. Suki's eyes fluttered open, and she sat up quickly, seemingly embarrassed. The roles are reversed now, isn't it? Huh? What? Huh? Her eyes adjusted to the light, and she understood. Ah. Right. Okay. Let's go. We stepped out of the car. Despite the importance of the location, Cape Soya wasn't very extravagant. It housed a simple stone monument, listing its statues at the northernmost point. It has a small number of tourist attractions around it. We stepped up to the monument and waited. It was 10 seconds to midnight. Suki and I steeled ourselves, ready to jump on anything that seemed odd at the turn over to midnight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There! At the turn over to midnight, a piece of the stone that made up the monument began to twitch and glitch out. I rushed forward and tugged at it. A piece of the geometry gave way, and I peered inside. From above, I could see the inside of the room that the storyteller and I had stood in before as the merge process. It was the Duskbreaker's core. I pushed my head through the seam in the world and pulled on a piece of the world, pulling it out into the simulated layer. Is that? It's a remote piece of the Duskbreaker's core. Looks like it lets us remotely access the terminal. Oh my god. We did it? Hold on. Something about this isn't... Before she could finish speaking, however, all three of us heard a clicking sound. It was a familiar clicking sound. One I'd first heard many months ago in Okawashi Shrine, but heard over 1,000,000 times since then. Dawn! The clicking of a gun. And what, may I ask, do we have here? The three of us turned around in shock, though we shouldn't have really been surprised. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Just a few feet away from the monument stood a tall, familiar figure. The Liberator. Trying to backdoor your own creation, are we, Chio? I thought you had more respect for your own work than to hack into it just like that. Chio grit her teeth. Lives are at stake here, Dawn. We're doing what we have to. What you have to? That sounds a little weird to me. What you had to do was enjoy the rest of your days peacefully and wait for me to come to you on the turn of the new year. What are you talking about? What's happening in the new year? Dawn laughed, an emotionless laugh. Or so it seemed. Fine. I'll humor you. You already threw away the chance at peace I gave you by coming out here to pull such a ridiculous stunt in the first place. Cut the villain act and just get to the point, Liberator. And, of course, if it isn't our own, very own traitor. What a crowd we've got tonight. I hope all the folks watching from your precious little TVO clients are entertained, because I sure as heck am. Suki tensed up as if to get ready to attack. I held her back. She was clearly trying to provoke us. At the turn of the new year, I prepared my own little escape rope just for you. The ultimation. No! You set up the... What are you doing? Of course you would know what it is, wouldn't you? How does it feel, World Keeper? I'm finally putting your precious little backup plan in motion. Keeping myself as composed as I could, I turned to Suki. Suki, what's the ultimation? It was a backup plan. A backup plan that I prepared during the initial events of the Severance of Emotion. Program that corrupts the simulator entirely. What? Why the heck did you... I don't know. I can't figure out why I did half the things I did, okay? I'm sorry. And you. She turned back to face Dawn. You insane? I thought your MO was to save Saturday without me. What the heck is corrupting the simulator supposed to do to help that? Dawn laughed again. Because it doesn't give you a choice. What? Dawn looked up at the sky. In just 10 days, everything here will be reduced to nothing. I do have Saturday's best interests in mind, and there's only one casualty I was aiming for. Yours. you just stayed put in Tokyo, or Sapporo, or wherever, you would have been able to live out the last few weeks in peace. And then, everything would end. And I would come for all of you, to save you. Saving Allison, Chio, Saturday, and those 2 hapless world-crossing sisters. You would have been saved, and Suki would have been left to rot down here as everything crumbled to dust around her. That's what I wanted. That's insane! That's insane! What the heck? And yet, here you are. She lowered her hand that had her gun in it. I don't want any harm to come to any of you other than her. Don't make this any harder than it has to be. For your own sakes. A ripple of silence echoed across the night sky and into the waves behind us. No. Dawn seemed genuinely surprised to hear that answer. No. I decline. Decline? How so? I reject your offer. We're all leaving here together. None of us are being left behind. Dawn looked down. Whatever expression she wore, I couldn't make it out. So be it. She snapped her fingers, and suddenly a loud rumbling surrounded us. On either side of Dawn, a large grid of fissures opened up in the air behind her, and from each one, a cannon protruded, all aimed at the monument. Dawn looked back at us, back to her normal self. Then, we'll dance your way, Saturday, Tasagare. With a maniacal laugh, she rose into the sky, hovering above us, surrounded by cannons on both sides. There had to have been over 100 of them by now. And what do you plan to do against this? It's looking pretty grim for your chances right now, I must say. I won't be shot. Say it again? I couldn't quite hear you from up here. You won't shoot me. Hilarious! And what makes you so sure of that? I'm just dying to know. Your ultimation. It's charging up, isn't it? There's no avoiding it. Sure. What's your point, girl? I couldn't stop myself from getting a little smug. If it's charging on layer 1, and you're aligned with layer 1, you can't reset the cycle. It would require you to restart the charging process. And as a result, you can't hurt me. You'd be stuck down here as the world corrupts. Therefore, you won't shoot me. Or, more specifically, you can't shoot me. Oh dang, I guess you've got me. Not. Do you really think that's what this is all about, Saturday? Maybe. You're still just as dense as you are at the start of every cycle. I clenched my fist. Then go on. What are you planning to do? Lay it all on the table, and we'll give you a fair fight. You're right that I can't harm you, or Chio, or even if I could, I wouldn't. But she is a different story now, isn't she? I realized what Dawn was getting at. I saw my composure broke in an instant. Or so it seemed. No! You wouldn't. Oh, but I would. And in fact, I think I will. What a shame. Okay, so that's what she's after. I'm gonna need your help here then. Dawn raised her pistol and aimed it squarely at Suki. Okay, listen. I'm gonna need you to follow some very specific instructions here, alright? I said it once before, and I'll have no qualms of saying it again. Good night, Saturday, Tasogare. Dawn fired her gun, and a bullet erupted from it. There was no way Suki was going to be able to move in time. Suki, no! Okay, please restart your TVO client now! The bullet landed squarely in Suki's chest. She ricocheted backwards and hit the stone monument, falling to the ground. Now, please! I got it. Ah! Chio and I rushed over to Suki, but it was too late. A haunting laugh echoed all around us with the reverb of a large theater. It felt like thousands of people were laughing at the woman collapsed in front of us. Wait, what? No. Suki, no! Wait. After that, I don't know what happened. But I heard the cannons disappear. When I opened my eyes, Dawn was no longer present. And neither was Suki. Nothing felt real anymore. I staggered to my feet and stepped slowly to where the body of the woman whose appearance matched my sister's had lied less than a minute ago. Suki. Not again. How many times is I gonna lose her? How many times was I gonna be made to watch my sister die? I can't do this anymore. Suki. And then a voice echoed into the night sky. Suki! Story lock 1. Hint, listen to the bird and girl. Hold on! Hold on. I think I realized, like, partway into it, like, what was being asked. I'm talking to you, of course! Why, oh, you! I can't believe this. Did they really? Reminder control skips text fast. I didn't want to accidentally skip where the instruction was. Okay. Final Fantasy 14 raid quotes moment. I just need to figure out what they mean by the client. Can't believe Lian got Suki killed while I was in the shower. No! Loading TPO client. The thing that starts with every... Oh my gosh! Okay. Ah! Why is it so much?
Do you understand now? This world was never ours to intervene, and yet here we stand. You and I have torn this world asunder and put it back together countless times by now. We have broken the rules of the world. The entire world axis just by being here. Though the you which he and I refer to are not the same. Surely you realize this too. In a minute, you'll be brought back to the world you know. You know what you need to do now, right? Then lock onto your prey and drive it in. Make her story complete. I know you will not disappoint me.
Oh. Okay. Oh. A gunshot, an impact, the sound of splattering blood. But nobody could see any of it. It wasn't that it never existed. It did. But now, it didn't. I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was shock. What? Huh? I'm not... What? Dawn hit the ground with a shockwave. What did you do? I could see her frantically double-checking that the cycle count hadn't changed, which it hadn't. Saturday, I swear, if you don't tell me right now... You're not as smart as you think you are. You know that? Dawn stepped back, shocked. What are you talking about? If you hadn't noticed what I've been up to this whole time, I mean... Cut the small talk, girl. Tell me, now! She pointed her pistol at me. Seems like any reservation she had about putting me in harm's way had vanished. That's when we fought at the graveyard, and I became the storyteller. What the heck is the storyteller? What the heck are you even going on about? It was a little cathartic, I admit, being the one on the other end of the situation. I had the answers, and she wanted them. She didn't understand at all. Tell me, Dawn, what layer am I synchronized with? You're layer 0. You have to be layer 0. There's no conceivable universe where you aren't layer 0. Correct. I'm synchronized with layer 0. Then why? Hey, Dawn, have you ever heard of a video game emulator? You aren't saying you couldn't have saved and reloaded the entire state of the World Keeper? I smiled. Dawn staggered back in shock. He was quickly realizing there was little she could do to counteract this. You're crazy. I stepped forward. The game is over, Dawn. You've lost. But it seems like my one-up on her wouldn't last very long. She quickly got up and brushed off the dirt that had gotten onto her dress in her fall. If you think that's going to be enough to take me down, then you haven't been paying attention. I stanced up cautiously, unsure of what she was planning. Are you forgetting the one thing I have that you don't? Yeah? And what would that be? Dawn smiled again, another cold smile, devoid of any sympathy. The end of the world. It's not charged up yet. Don't try to trick us with that. Who said it needed to be fully charged? Do you wait until your phone is at 100% before taking it off the charger? But trying to activate ultimation prematurely is... Do you have any idea how the risk that possesses? Dawn's anger flared up. I don't have a choice! None of you understand. If Saturday wants to play with fire, then we'll dance by fire. In an instant, she was gone. Even I could tell her retreat was hasty. I must have really concerned her with my newfound ability to save and load the data of the sim layer. Suki, what happens if the ultimation is activated prematurely? Nothing good. Even worse than it already would have been. The deletion process has less power to draw from, so it's prone to... Before she could finish, just like at the graveyard, the sky turned a violent shade of red. Chio ran over. Watch out! Immediately above us, a large meteor materialized in the air, glitching and twitching like a dying animal from the various polygons that it was made up of. Oh! So the scene we saw from Dawn earlier was a flash forward! Oh no. Damn it. Go! We ran as fast as we could to Chio's car. We made it in time, and only watched as the meteor fell, destroying the entirety of the monument that marks the northernmost point of Japan. Did we make it? Suki grimaced. We're not out of the woods yet. Chio, get the car going, now! A violent earthquake began to shake the ground. Tears and cracks in the simulated earth formed as the ground began to split apart. We jumped in Chio's car as fast as we could. As we sped down the highways, I heard a shrill laugh above us. I couldn't see who it was, but there was someone up in the sky. I knew who it was. We'll see you wiggle your way out of this one! There was no mistaking it. It was the end of the world, and we had gained an invaluable ability. It sped up our time limit at the same time. There was no turning back. This was the finale of the story. Save state. Oh my gosh. Branching pads? Oh my goodness, okay. Ending up at exactly 0. Okay. The node chart opens up a lot more? Yeah, it does. Why was it set to finale? Oh my gosh, no wonder that was so hard. Oh my gosh. Back in the earth. My goodness. I am gonna need to get more battery. Oh my goodness. It had been a minute. Okay. This episode contains topics of death, disaster, due to choice. Why, hello there. I found myself awake, not in the place I would expect, but a formless abyss. It's been a bit since we've been able to chat like this. My vision adjusts and I make out a form of a woman in front of me. Ah! What? Y'all see that nameplate? Ah! Storyteller! Wow, you remembered. I'm honored. It would be hard not to. Why have I been pulled awake like this? Ah, right. I do apologize for making an observer such as yourself from your position, but I felt it was necessary to dispel some information about the oncoming apocalypse. I'm all ears. As you've just observed, Saturday has gained a valuable asset to her journey, the ability to store Duskbreaker data in your world and access it remotely, to save and load, in a sense. I nodded. I'd like to introduce a little mechanic I've added to the TVO client to allow you to assist her in surviving this ordeal. I've dubbed it the Memory Bank. I see. From this point forward, you'll be able to remotely store and re-access the data of individual inhabitants of the simulator in the Memory Bank. Think of it as a save state for an individual person. This feature is quite intensive on the client, so I've limited it to only be able to store one slot at any time. If you want to replace the data stored in the Memory Bank, you'll need to clean the old data out first. This seems really helpful, but how exactly did you make this? You're not exactly here anymore. Storyteller laughed. I wonder. I'm sure you'll find the answer to that in time. There's always more dimensions than what you can see. Right. Of course there is. Regardless, I may still have a part to play here, so I'm sticking around as best I can. At least for now. Fair enough. Now, this dream must come to an end. Return to your slumber of observation, and surely you'll be able to guide Saturday to our reunion. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. Nighty-night now. What the heck? I'm heckin' in Saturday's head! Wait. Right bumper? We've saved Saturday. Got Saturday in our pocket. The heck? Okay. I'm not entirely sure. I've like fully followed, but like, oh my gosh. No. By the time we made it back to Sapporo, it was after 1 a.m. We ended up taking a safer but slower route back. We drove right back to the hotel where we were staying, but spotted a familiar face on the way there. Two, actually. Is that Eri and Kotomi? What are they doing for this far from the hotel? We pulled over and waved to them. What's going on, you two? Funnily enough, that was going to be my question. Where's Allison? We were out for a walk when all of this started. She should still be at the hotel. I began to panic. Nothing good was to be gained from Allie being alone during all this. Shio, come on. You two, hop in, quick. They did as they were told, and Shio sped through the streets. The world was in a state of chaos. Random buildings had caught fire. Some had been entirely absorbed into the earth. The human beings that the Duskbreaker had so faithfully simulated were corrupted, glitchy messes. barely able to replicate any proper Japanese. The constant red tinge of the sky made things exponentially more ominous, of course. It was a bona fide apocalypse. No way around it. We were witnessing the end of the world before our very eyes. As we sped through the streets, a large crack opened up right in front of us, but Chio swerved out of the way just in time. We finally reached the hotel, and I ran inside and up the stairs. As I climbed, I could feel the rising heat, both figuratively and literally inside of me. The building was on fire. Come on, come on. Allison, come on! I felt the heat, and I remembered that day in Tanegashima, or rather, those thousands of days. Those thousands of times that I yelled at Allie, my best friend, my favorite person in the whole wide world, in the whole wide world axis. Love of my life. Please, please, please. But we weren't in the cycles anymore. When we couldn't reset the timeline. We couldn't reset the timeline. If this was it, then... No, I'm not letting it happen. I reached the floor we were staying on and rushed through to our room. Embers greeted me. I swung the door open, and my eyes took a bit to adjust to what I was seeing. First, rubble. And then, from under it, two contrasting colors. Two objects. Green and red. A hoodie sleeve. No! No! Come on, Allie! The World Keeper and Liberator within me fought. To move the rubble aside and gaze upon what lies underneath. Or run away now. I couldn't choose either before my strength gave way. I fell to my knees. And then the fire consumed me. Familiar feeling. This is what it's like to die again. Story Lock 2. After seeing the fate of her true love, would she still allow Chio to take the safer route? Oh! Okay, hold on. No, not that far. Nabbit. Okay, I understand. Oh, dagnabbit. I was waiting for the green screen. I think it hadn't faded in yet. I totally didn't catch the safer route thing. Okay, we have to be, like, very, like, detail-oriented. Okay, I understand. So we need to get that. And then restart. So we need to take this version of Saturday. You need to do it at the start of the scene? We need to go back one. Save state. Ah, come on. think it's when we get to the car. Oh. Suddenly, I felt my mind overwhelm itself, and my vision blanked out. Allison! There was no longer any fire around me. Instead, in front of me stood two concerned girls. Huh? Allison? Saturday? Are you okay? What? What the? What? I was confused. It took me a moment to realize, but I did. So it was you, huh? I guess it makes sense that you'd be able to do that much more freely than I could. Regardless, thank you. Thank you so much. Saturday, what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost. I've been playing Deltarune in a peek. Oh, I'm excited. I didn't want to play it day one, even though it would probably be better for, like, the views and stuff. But, like, I'm excited to play it. I wanted to finish Vivid Stasis first. Giving Saturday a panic attack in the car? Yep. No time to explain. If we do this right, I very well might have. Come on, put your foot to the pedal. Okay, we're gonna take the safer route. Don't want to risk it in this... No, sorry, we can't. Huh? Why not? I gulped. Okay, listen. You're not gonna believe me, but I'll explain anyway. I came from about an hour into the future. A future where we took the safe route. We got back to Sapporo and the hotel was up in flames. And Allison, she... Calm down, girl. Chio, go. We don't have time for the longer route. Right. On it. So we ended up taking the faster route. As we drove, my mind was racing over what had just occurred. Did you save my data and load it? I guess you can't respond, but if you can you try loading me again? I don't know how this is integrated into your TVO client, but maybe try saving my data and loading it immediately? The feeling is really distinct. I'll know if it worked. Okay, save. Load. Suki looked over at me in shock. Fair enough, I guess. But that's besides the point. It worked! I remember passing by this place on the ride back. Holy cow. I actually made it back this time. This is actually insane! Okay, but seriously, this is insanely helpful. We'll need this to survive all this nonsense. I'm counting on you. Okay? You got it, Saturday. You got it. I'm here for you. We made it back a lot earlier thanks to the route we took. This time, we didn't run into Ari and Kotomi in the same spot, but closer to the hotel. I explained the situation, and they got in as we raced to the hotel. I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore by this, but it's mind-boggling nonetheless. Useful, absolutely, but very confusing. Yeah, I don't know the extent to which it could be used, but I had Lian do a test save on the way here. So I think they can do them relatively frequently, I think. He can do them. I understand why they have to use they. Once we arrived, I rushed out of the hotel and up the stairs. The building was not aflame yet. Burst into the hotel room. On the single bed was Allison, sleeping, not dead. I couldn't help myself from falling to my knees and sobbing. I was so sure I'd lost the most important person in the world to me forever. And all of that was coming out now. My sobbing seemed to wake Allie up. She got out of bed and helped me up. Dad, what's wrong? You okay? I'm better than okay, Allie. I'm so happy to see you. Allison got a little flustered. What's gotten into you, girl? Tell me what's up. I promise I will, but we need to get out of here. Right now. Trust me. Huh? Okay. She put on her shoes and we rushed down the stairs. As we did, she observed a good few glitches in the terrain. What the heck is going on? It's the end of the world. No other way to put it. And now isn't the time to mince words. The end of the world. Then Dawn... She's trying to corrupt the simulated world and everyone in it. It's obscene. Grief. We rushed out the front door of the hotel. Chio, Suki, Kotomi, and Eri were all standing at the back entrance, so we ran up to them. I like how Allison just casually slept in a hoodie. Hey, they did say it was cold. Did you save my diet and unload it? No, Saturday, you're hallucinating. Wake up. Wake up. Uppy. Up. Get up. Wake up. Up and at 'em. Saturday, get up. Wow. Alright, let's see. Alright. How are you guys holding up? As best we can. Looks like Allison's okay. Yeah, just barely, according to Saturday. Okay, Allie, there's one more thing I need to explain. I'm all ears. I told her about the newly gained save state ability, and how I'd seen her body in an alternate timeline. It took her a bit to grasp the idea, but she did eventually understand. My gosh, I'm sweating. My palms are sweating from, like, we needed to save the Yuri. No. Okay. Allison looked at the sky. It was its red was starting to dissipate, but the glitches remained and kept getting more frequent. I can't believe this is actually happening. Just what the heck is Dawn thinking? I wish I could tell you. We don't have time to worry about that. We need to have a plan of action, and fast. About that. I may have some kind of thread we could follow. I turned to Suki. Go on. There was a Lock 2 cycle that I found myself coming back to from time to time. I think it was 2149? Around there, anyway. In this cycle, you did something you didn't do in any of the other cycles. After you got your leg injured, and I did the whole break-in thing, you didn't go to Tokyo. Huh? You waited for your leg to heal and then you went back to the shrine. You went back underground and something really bizarre happened. You fell through the world into the code of the Duskbreaker, and Dawn committed suicide to reset the cycle. What? How does that happen? I spent most of the next cycle studying it, and what I determined was this. You're aware that a lot of the story lock moments up to Lock S are Dawn's doing, right? Specifically, the museum fire and the shrine cave-in. Yeah, she artificially creating a story for me to follow. So, when Dawn, on Layer 1, manipulates properties of Layer 0, and leaves a slight trace behind, the world isn't anticipating being forcefully played with like that. It doesn't quite know what to do. And from these, you can backdoor the code in a similar way that we did at the monument. Huh? And there's 2 of these. 3. They're at the Tanagashima Geology Museum remains, the basement of the Sunrise Foundation lab at the Okawachi Shrine, at the basement of the Sunrise building in Shinjuku. All the places that Dawn was involved in bringing us into the simulator. Wait, if those exist, why didn't we go for those instead of the whole Cape Soya thing? Yeah. About that, I forgot. Huh? I learned that being more human has given me, actual memory, so I can forget things now. Sorry. No, it's okay. It's just curious is all. Okay, she's forgetting things. She's forgetting things. We need to keep that in mind. I nodded. Would these weak spots even still be there? Or would the Duskbreaker auto-repair them with enough time? They stick around. In cycles that reach Lock S, the museum weak point was still there. I'd be worried about if the corruption of the world itself affected those at all. Should we check the one in Shinjuku just to be sure? I agree with Allie. Better to be safe than sorry. Suki, Allie, you guys good to come with me to do that? I am, but what about the others? Once we arrive back at Tokyo, I want you 3 to split off from the rest of us and find a place we can safely rest for a bit. We need a base of operations of sorts, I think. I concur. We can do that. Yeah, got it. Okay, let's get at it then. Do you think the trains are still in operation? They're automatically operated, right? Even if the attendants were glitched out, we can still use the trains themselves. It's worth a shot. Let's go. It turned out that the trains were indeed still operational. We hopped on the turnstiles, since there was nobody to punish us for doing so, and got on the next available train back to Tokyo. Theo, this is not the time for curiosity, this is the end of the world. If this game has shown us anything... Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm out of battery! I can't believe this. Oh my gosh. I love that at this moment in the cycle document is that cycle 2149 is legit lock type 2. Right? Okay. I suppose I can practice for a little bit. They're screwed. A time-sensitive mission and Saturday is gonna get stuck in the train station again. Oh no! Okay, I think it was this one I was working on. Yeah, keep by the way. No! We're gonna boost battery. There we go. Play class 3 or something? We'll try a few different ones. We'll go back to when I was practicing. So I want to get more practice on it. I love course mode? That's true! I tried course mode, I only managed to finish the first one, I think. That may be a good way to go, actually. I think I get beamed at the third one. Person who made course mode expansion mod. I wonder if they like course mode. I just learned something. You know how the UK is getting a 45C heat wave tomorrow? The Sahara Desert reached 40 to 45C. What the heck? I did notice you just entered a question, but I just started course mode. So I might need a second. Let's see. Hey Lian, I see you're having a VGen. Can you tell me how your experience is as a commissioner? Plan to seek for a code if it's really good. So my experience at VGen so far, I've done one commission. I can show the commission, actually, that I did. I showed it at the start of stream. But it went really well. I really enjoyed it. Like, VGen handled everything. The person requested a art of their skunk magical girl character. I ended up doing this. I submitted it back to them through VGen. And then I was able to mark it as complete. As you might expect, it was a really painless process. It took a bit to set up like all the terms and stuff and all the surfaces and whatnot. But like, I was able to do the work and then turn it in, and it worked pretty well. And I got another commission from them immediately afterwards. VGen really does handle like a lot of it for you. But like, you get a dashboard where you get like where you can get stuff put in. It's amazing art. Thank you! Thank you! Yeah, no. I'm currently in the process of like, I need to complete a few commissions to get verified, but I had a friend that had a code that graciously let me have it. And now I was able to do my first commission. It worked out pretty well. I really like it. I tried artistry before, and that's kind of similar, but I think VGen is just more well known, and plus it just feels comfier, you know? Alright, let's see. Courses, my beloved. I also host this unofficial thing called Daily Custom Courses, where me and a team of couple people work to release new courses every single day. Now it's being turned into a mod. Yo! I really am just the courses guy now. Or the courses, whatever you want to be. Yeah, you both need a lot of luck. Stay like, you know, stay cool. Whatever it takes. Alright. Time for the next one. Great, I feel like I might use it for commissions with VTubers. Help with background musics and such. I've seen a few music offerings on there for sure. I would look on VGen Because, like, I was fairly fresh to all this. Like, I've done commissions before, but, like, there's a lot of details and specifications that are on VGen, it seems like, as normal, that I'm not used to seeing elsewhere. So I'd look up to see, like, what other music entries are doing. And what they're specifying, how your skill set can kind of, like, be arranged into a service. Yeah, for sure. Okay, this is the one I think I remember her struggling on. I'm suddenly remembering why. Ah, dicknabbit. That one I struggle with. The particular hold patterns on that one still confuse me. Maybe I earned enough batteries to continue? Yeah, I can still keep going. Alright. Alrighty. Let's try this new song. And if thought playing piano seems fun, I enjoyed it for sure. I just realized I needed to, like, make sure I wasn't, like, losing track of time. That was a really fun song. I feel like as soon as I learn it better, like, that'll be a fun one to do. Alright, lovely, as we go to sleep for now. Take care. Thanks for dropping by, Hope. I hope you have a wonderful rest. Felt like I was going insane for a while there. Like my perception was warping. Oh, I recognize this track from one of the trailers! Oh my gosh. The lizard loses focus because she's geeking out about the song itself. Honestly, I don't know how we're gonna do it tomorrow. Best of luck. I can't imagine. I think the hottest I remember, like having around here, on like one of the days that I was out delivering, was like 38. Like, oh my gosh. Okay. Into the Breach Saturday. Into the Breach Shield. Oh, I see. Okay. Alright. What? Okay. Content warning. Episode contains topics of death by user choice. Oh no. What do you mean? Okay. The train back to Shinjuku arrived just past 2 in the morning. Ali, Suki, and I stepped out onto the familiar streets of the red light district. Is the Sunrise building even going to be there? If I remember right, it seems like it only existed because Dawn allowed us to. It'll still be there. It's too much effort for her to dispose of it afterwards. So far, we've only got past Lock S this one time. Sure enough, the building was still there. We snuck into the lot and into the back entrance. Inside of the building was as dark as it was last time we were here. I turned on my phone's flashlight, and we walked towards the elevator. Now that I actually had time to observe the building itself, it was a complete disaster. Papers of gibberish were strewn around everywhere to create the illusion of a real-world office building. It was all fabricated. There was a desk flipped completely upside down, with some kind of strange substance leaking out of it. I was not in a million years going to get close enough to determine what that substance was. Nameplates for office workers were all scratched out or blurred out. Not a single one was legible. Dang it. I wonder if this is all accurate to how the building is in the real world at this point. We trudged along through the silent hallways. It felt off-putting. Coming from the chaos and pandemonium of the apocalypse outside to this place cut off from all of it. Finally, we reached the elevator and pressed the button. It made a ding noise and opened up. The elevator took us to the top floor, and we stepped out and walked down the hall towards my dad's office. Allison seemed to realize I was tensing up slightly coming back here, so she took my hand. I opened the door and entered. The inside of the office was virtually unrecognizable from the clean state it had been before. The floor tiles had cracked, the wallpaper had torn itself off, strange scratch marks adorned all of the walls. It looked like a murder scene. What the heck is this? Likely, if I had to guess, the true state of this room. Dawn hid it when you came here the first time. The illusion's been broken. Oh my god. What the heck happened here? I have no idea. If this is at least somewhat based on the state of the building in the real world, it looks like maybe there was a fight or something? We really don't have any way of knowing. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, let's push forward. I wanted to get out of this creepy room as soon as I could. I opened the hidden bookcase and called the elevator to the basement. Sure enough, with a louder than usual rattle, the elevator door opened. The three of us stepped inside it cautiously. The elevator descended, but about halfway down, we felt the world shake around us. Ah! What now? It's an earthquake. Oh, of all times, she didn't have time to finish her sentence. The cable holding up the elevator snapped under the pressure, and we jolted downwards. Ah! Dang it. Okay, we'll need to think of another way down. Maybe there's some other way in the building somewhere. No, we came so far. She wasn't able to finish speaking. The elevator hit the cold, hard ground, and along with it, all three of us were crushed under the pressure of the impact. Story lock 3. The elevator isn't viable to use. It doesn't, like, progress past this point? No. Fraud 8-3 disintegration loop? I'm not sure what this means. Wait, who are you killing, Lian? I guess I don't have a choice in the matter. Triple combo! No! Ah. Hold on. Where in the world do we get this? There we go. Ah! By the time I realized I wasn't falling anymore, Suki and Allie were already looking at me, shocked by my sudden outburst. What happened? Did you jump back again? Yeah, that was a close one. The hidden elevator in my dad's office is a no-go. An earthquake is going to hit sooner rather than later, snapping the cable. There's no way we can get up there fast enough to start going down before it snaps. That's a problem. Is there any other way we can get to the basement? The whole point of the basement in the first place is that it was only accessible by that one elevator. The state of the world and the terrain might have changed. Why don't we try taking the normal elevator down to the regular basement floor from here? It's possible the cave-ins might have opened us a way into the secret basement. I think that's our best bet. We're already on the ground floor. We should be able to take the elevator down a level before the earthquake hits. We gotta go now, though. We ran down the hallway to the regular elevator and called it. There was one basement level below us that housed a moderately sized car park. And from what I'd calculated, it was at the same vertical level as the hidden basement. We made it off the elevator before the earthquake hit, then ran in the general direction of the hidden basement, perpendicular to where we were currently. Sure enough, a small crack had been torn in the wall between the two basements that we could squeeze through. Yes, good thinking, Allie. I'm just glad I was right. Come on. That earthquake is hitting any time now, right? We rushed through the small crevice into the hidden basement. We had a bit of running to do to get the large metal gate that opened into the atrium at the end, but made it in time. I opened the gate with a small display next to it, and we rushed in. Being able to control time is very useful. I suppose it's not controlling time so much as I'm able to take the knowledge that Saturday has and go back to a previous page and be like, hey, silly, don't use the elevator. Ah, look! Sure enough, in the middle of the ground is a perfectly square chunk of the world that was noticeably more glitchy and digital than the rest. Suki ran up to it. Saturday save's coming. Look, you gotta do what you gotta do. If you have to save Scum to break out of the Duskbreaker, then do it. If this keeps up, I might not have to fight of 87. 59% of the population. Oh my gosh. Okay, Saturday, can you do your thing? Got it. Following her up to the weak point, I reached my hand in and pulled out the remote terminal. Immediately, however, I frowned. What is it? What's wrong? This one is different than the one encountered at the edge of the world. It's locked by a high-level encryption. Huh? That shouldn't be. Why would this one be any different? I scowled. Of course, I knew what had changed. The locking on it. 1028. That stupid AI nonsense. Of course. Is it possible to brute force the encryption? I mean, technically, yes. Every encryption lock can, theoretically, be brute forced. But it would require a whole lot of memory to do that remotely. Memory that there's no way this portable terminal has. Well, I might have some good news then. Suki turned back to me. Yeah? The main functionality of the Duskbreaker's core is locked behind a high-level encryption, sure. We do have access to a low-level security terminal. Can't do much, but one of the things it can do is allocate memory from other portable terminals to this one. Ah, I see what you're getting at. If we can pull up the portable terminals from the other weak points and synchronize them all by sending their memory into this terminal, we might have a chance, right? Yeah. What do you think, Suki? I think it's really the only shot we have. 1028 is designed in a way that there's always an emergency way out, right? I think this is it. Yeah, so all we need is... Before I could finish speaking, however, a loud rumbling was heard, and I realized that our time was up. Crap, the earthquake! Alright, listen up. Because contrary to what you may believe, I do, in fact, have a plan here. I'm all ears, just get it over with. I'm going to reload before we enter the Sunrise building, okay? And then I'll explain everything we just learned to you two, okay? Yeah. Got it. Can you tell the observer to hurry it up, though? I don't want us to get crushed, okay? Yeah, you heard her. Go, quickly. Story lock 4. She just told you what to do. Before we enter the Sunrise Building. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Ali and Suki looked at me, but realized what was up soon enough. You got reloaded, huh? What happened? I did, yeah, and a lot. I'll explain. Just give me a sec. Getting reloaded is surprisingly exhausting. I caught my breath and explained what had happened in the basement. Well, I'm glad we have something at least. So what should we do now? I think we'll need to split up into groups of 2 in order to be able to have all 3 terminals open at the same time. Yep, we should see if Ari and the others have found a place for us to lie low for a bit. Can you text them? Yeah. Hey, did you guys find the place? We're done on our side. Well, we did, but... You'll see. It's not exactly a luxury hotel, but it'll work. Here, I'll send a map point of the address to you. Sent 1 location attachment. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. We'll make our way over now. I put away my phone and looked back at Ali and Suki. They found some kind of place, I think. I have a location. Alright. Is it far from here? Nope, we can walk. Alright, let's go then. I helped Ali off the bench and we left the empty lot. Oh my gosh. So, like, from Ali and Suki's perspective, they, like, just walked up to the Sunrise Building, and then all of a sudden, Saturday, like, heckin', like, flashes. And all of a sudden, it's time to go again. Like, oh, okay. Read episode 35. Okay. Into the breach. Theo. After splitting up from our group, Chio, Eri, and Kotami headed closer to the main boulevard of Shinjuku. Okay, I don't exactly think we're looking for a 5-star hotel here, but we could find somewhere that's at least better than a garbage dump. Any ideas? Why are we breaking into a hotel again? You never actually told me. Because we can't book an actual room with the state the simulated civilians are in. Fair enough, but, like, have you tried? Yes, we did. It was not fun. Okay, point taken. Could we try the hotel that's literally right there? Ari pointed to a large 10-ish-story hotel, the Shinjuku Grand Tel Hotel. Worth a shot. Is there a back entrance? Of course there's a back entrance. They walked around the back entrance, but contrary to what Chio said, there was no employee entrance. That back door was just another entrance to the lobby. So there isn't a back entrance. Okay, yes, fine. There isn't a back entrance. Do you have any better ideas? Honestly, Chio, that's kind of an L for you. Like, what are you doing? Look, it's like the... Kotami pointed to a hotel right across the street, a brand hotel, and marked with a large L logo. He really took in... Eri walked in forward and pinched Kotami's cheek. Ow, 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 ow! I hate it when you do that. Then take this seriously. I am! Seriously, let's try the L Hotel. Kotami, can you literally see the sign from here that says we're completely closed for renovations? He's right. He was right. You can see the sign from where they stood. Although I may be able to do something. Follow me. Chio and Kotami followed Eri as she ran up to the back entrance of the Hotel L. There's a door here. There sure is. Can it? I picked up some lockpicking through my time interning as a detective. Let's try this. Eri took out a small lockpicking tool and began to fiddle with the lock. Chio and Kotsumi looked on in a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Is this really going to... No, let her cook. Check this one out. While she was lockpicking, however, a shout rang out from behind them. The three of them spun around to see an angry, glitched-out civilian pointing at them and yelling. They'll never catch me alive. Eri sprinted off down the street. Kotsumi and Chio shook themselves out of their shock and started running out after her. Eri, wait up! The three girls ran through the corrupted night streets of Shinjuku. They had obviously lost the person pursuing them long ago, but all three of them were too scared to look back to see that, finally, they stopped and caught their breath. Oh my gosh, I just caught Maddie. And you know that's not what I meant. Oh my gosh. Yeesh. What a pain. Since when were you that fast? Since now. And I was trying not to let whatever that thing get its hands on me. Survival instincts are a powerful thing, you know. Chio laughed. Well, we're still without a place to stay. I don't think we're going back to the hotel street is a good idea. Oh, Chio sighed, not laughed. Gotcha. About that. Kotomi looked up at the building we had stopped at. It was a large video arcade that advertised itself as being open late. The shutter was still open. An arcade? Is this really going to be enough? You said it yourself. We aren't exactly looking for a luxury residence here. Chio sighed once more. Fair, I guess. Let's see if any of the floors are, like, empty. They combed through 8 of the arcade's floors, but they were all at least a bit occupied. The group finally managed to find a spot completely devoid of corrupted civilians on the 8th floor, near all the older games. After they sat down, Eri got a message. I wonder if you played chapter 35 first, if you would still get that text. Is that Saturday? Yeah, seems they're done. Ready? That was fast. Well, we did, but... Let's see, they send the location. The girls put our phones down and breathed a sigh of relief after having found, at least for now, a safe spot. The floor they were on housed lots of fighting games and score attack games from the 90s. Eri stood up and walked over to one of the older fighting games, then looked back at Chio. Not a chance in heck. Aww. Chio doesn't want to play fight games. Oh my gosh. And ultimation. I love it. Lian, very important question. Out of all the characters, whose outfit would you want to wear the most Saturdays? Like, specifically, Saturday with, fused with, Storyteller at this point. Her outfit is so good! Oh my gosh. I love it so much. If not that, then probably Suki's. I'm still convinced Jade has more plot significance than Kotomi. Yeah, I think so. To be honest, Allison's outfit looks the most comfy. Allison's looks like the daily driver outfit, what you wear just to be comfy around the house. But like, aesthetic-wise, Saturday or Suki all the way. Wait, what the heck? I'm pretty sure I have Discord sounds off, so... Was that in the song? Always weird. Yeah, I'd say either Suki or Default Saturday. I guess that's where we differ there. Is I definitely am fond of level 2 of layer 2 Saturday. The dubious Discord ping sound effect in the song. That really sounded like a Discord ping. I'm like, wait, I turned those off. I always turn those off. There's a few Discord pings in some songs. That is so weird. It's so weird that I recognize that, even though I, like, 98% of the time that I've had Discord, I've had them off. Okay. Cube 1 Arcade. We made it back to the building in the location pin that Chio sent us. I sighed. I told them to find a hotel, and they sent us to an arcade. Honestly, I thought you'd be jumping at the opportunity here. This is hardly the time. The building was tall and had multiple stories, so we walked in. We found Chio, Eri, and Kotami on the 8th floor and walked up and sat down. Hey, glad you made it. Barely. I'm guessing you've seen the state of things out there with the civilians? Yeah, it isn't pretty. We had to run in with one of them. Yeesh, glad you guys made it out safe. Should we catch each other up first? I think so, yeah. Though, you guys have more explaining to do than us. Fair enough. Eri, Kotami, and Chio recap their adventure trying to get to this place, and they run in with the zombie-like civilians. And that's how we made it here. I'm glad you're okay. The ship at least let us know that you were in danger, though. We didn't really have time. Spur of the moment and all that stuff. Fair enough. So how did your group's expedition go? Did you learn anything of note? A lot, actually. Go on. I recapped our adventure in the basement, the reload, and what we learned about the weak spots. These weak spots seem to be created in the places that been forcefully altered by Dawn, which means there should be, 3? That would make the most sense. There's one in the building basement that we found, one in the shrine basement that I found that one time, and I'm assuming there's one in the wreckage of the Geology Museum back on Tanegashima. You're right, so our plan is basically to synchronize these 3 blocks together simultaneously, and then push a brute force on the encryption with the heightened memory granted through the sync. It would work, but it would require the 3 weak points to be synchronized within very quick succession. With how it's programmed, you can think of it as a 2-factor authenticator of sorts. Or 3-factor authenticator, I guess. Right, that's why I think we split up. Kotami seems surprised by this. Split up? Are you crazy? They're in the literal apocalypse. No, I think I agree. It's the only option, really. There's 6 of us, split into 3 groups of 2. That way nobody gets left alone. Usually it would be extremely dangerous, but we've already proven that we have a rather extraordinary ability on our hands. True. The whole saving and loading thing. I still can't believe it exists, but I guess I don't really have a choice to consider the situation. In that case, I think it's best we split up like this. Eri took out a printed map of Japan. Have you just had that the whole time? Yes. You know what? Fair enough. Eri spread the map out on the floor in front of us and circled Tanegashima, Kagoshima, and Tokyo. Her suggestion was as follows. Suki and Chio handled the Tokyo weak spot in the Sunrise Building's basement. Eri and Kotami handled the Kagoshima weak point in the basement of the facility by the Okawachi Shrine. Saturday and Allison handled the Tanegashima weak point in the ruins of the Tanegashima Geology Museum. What do y'all think? I'm personally fine with it. These groupings make the most sense. Wait, but this means I'm gonna be split up from Suki. Is that a good idea? I think so. It's advantageous to have Chio and I together, as we're both most in the know about the inner workings of the Dustbreaker. I guess that's true. Fair enough then. Okay, next question. How are we gonna get to Kagoshima and Tanegashima? Public transit has completely gone haywire due to the current situation. Chio's the only one who could drive, which means she'd have to be moved to the Tanegashima or Kagoshima group if that's the route we took. Frankly, even if I drove, I don't think we could make it on time. We don't know when all this is going to just collapse entirely. We can intuit some information from what Dawn said, but she absolutely has the power to just shut this all down anytime she wants now. It's true. How could we travel such a long distance quickly? Then it hit me. We could load! We could save my data and reload it back in Tanegashima! That would at least give us the ability to verify if there's a weak spot there, and if there's something that can be done with it. Crap, wait, hold on. I was hospitalized after the museum incident, and a lot of my recovery time was omitted from the data as it was stored in the Schrodinger cycle. Was there ever a point in the Schrodinger cycle after museum burn that it wasn't in the hospital? Revisit memory lane. You may have to go further back than you expect. Okay. Oh my gosh. Alright. Ooh, this is getting exciting. I love hacking Chrono Trigger type, like, you know, navigate the story web things. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Ah! No, I'm not. But this is cool. This game has everything. How does it have everything? And it's free. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. Every single time I play this game, I'm floored. Oh my gosh. You'd have a positive opinion of Vivid Stasis if you're cute. No logic traps. No. Bad butter. Alright. I think, though, looking at the time, I don't think I have time to commit to another whole story beat. So, that's unfortunately gonna have to be it for today. Let's check on, Kamasachi. While I'm here. Let's get a bunch of power saves. There we go. Originally, I kind of shipped Chio and Eri. Yeah, kinda. I don't think they have time to really consider a relationship right now. But, like, maybe. Class change to Allison. Less life and attack, but more defense and support? I don't think I have the support and defense stats to really make use of that. Maybe if I had more support. Let's try fighting a thing. This is so heckin' silly. It does hurt quite a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of imagined Eri as being on the ace spectrum somewhere. Maybe more so arrow rather than ace. Or maybe both, who knows. That's what I meant originally, like when they first met. True, true. That definitely makes sense. Ow. How dare. Crit me. That's fair, my brain was just Yuri at that point since Saturday and was still dense as a brick. You know what? Completely fair. When you're anticipating Yuri and Saturday just isn't getting it. You have to, like, vent it through some other means. There we go. We got a power save. Skip item. I'll have to spend some more points to get some more stuff. Alrighty. Oh my gosh. Just the struggle back and forth between, like, we were on Dawn's side at first to try to figure out more, and then we were on Suki's side, and then we are heckin', like, we're having to reconcile the differences between the two and integrate them into ourselves and how we operate. Like, I am convinced that Hajimeli, or like however many folks that are working on this game, whoever wrote all this, they understand the plural experience, and like, it is so amazing. What the heck? Ah. Anyway, this game is amazing. It is amazing. Alrighty, I'm gonna hang out for just a little bit longer as we wrap things up. If people want to send any last messages they want me to see. Reminder to like the stream if you haven't already. If you've enjoyed the streams before, I thank you all very, very much. It helps with the algorithm. There are links in the doobly-doo for the Discord and my socials. And remember that I'm now on VGen if you want to commission me. It is also in the Blunto, linked in the doobly-doo. I'm getting commissions now, and I'm actually going to be able to start, you know, having a bit more, like, ability to do things. Everything that I get right now funds me, like, getting back on my feet financially, and, like, having, like, little nice things to actually get by and start saving up again. So, anything that anyone might want, I'd be happy to draw for you. Make sure to eat 5 fruit and veg a day. Anyway, this game is amazing. Later on, the game also explicitly says it's about plurality, so it's nice. Yo! Okay, that's fucking amazing. That might, like, slight spoilerish, I guess, but, like, I was already suspecting it very heavily. It talks about it a lot, but it's just, like, I guess, like, the implications were obvious, so I guess that's fair. Yeah, no. Like, I'm glad that, like, I feel like these days in modern media, we saw this, like, recently. If you know, you know. But, like, it feels like you need to treat the story with respect and, like, have it be, like, actually, like, you let the implications, like, sit, let the story be itself, but then you have to eventually come out and admit explicitly what's going on, it feels like. If not in the story itself, then at least the discussion surrounding it. And I'm so glad to hear that. Alright. Thank you for stream. Thank you all so much for coming, as always. We're going to be streaming Vivid Stasis again on Sunday. I imagine it might be the last stream for Vivid Stasis. I'm getting that impression that we're getting close to the resolution. I might be wrong, but we'll see. I'm not gonna plan anything for like what we do after Vivid Stasis. I think I'm just gonna end early because I do have some stuff to catch up on. But that's gonna be the plan so far. Now, I think that's gonna be it for me today. Thank you all so much for dropping by, as always. And I will be excited to see you again tomorrow for Mori, Sunday for Vivid Stasis, or on Twitch if y'all are watching my raids. Thank you so much, and bye-bye! And remember, I'm not cute. Dip-a-dip-a-dip-a-dip-dum.